Chapter 375. Time passed quickly, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. The upper realm was in an uproar because of Gu Changa sending an army to search for the 13 bandits. Every day, there were cultivators and living beings in almost every ancient city discussing this matter. The 13 bandits were notorious for their evil deeds. They committed all kinds of crimes, such as burning, killing, robbing, and plundering. However, because of the chaotic astral region's terrain, it was extremely difficult to hunt them down. After attacking passing caravans, they stole their goods and fled to Yao Yao, making the passing forces and caravans miserable. Moreover, the chaotic astral region was connected to many heavens, and it was the only way to transport goods in the weapon divine region, which was famous for its weapon refinement. For millions of years, the 13 bandits had stolen countless resources from the weapon divine region's caravans. Now that they were eliminated by Gu Changa, the resources they obtained made many orthodoxies jealous. Of course, many people knew that Gu Changa sent an army to eliminate the 13 bandits, which was enough to destroy an ordinary power. Moreover, he also suffered a lot of losses. In this battle, more than 100 ancient warships were destroyed. Because of this, many people thought that Gu Changa sent a terrifying army to search for the 13 bandits. This incident also alarmed many orthodoxies and cultivators. They could no longer treat Gu Changa as a young heaven's pride. He was gradually growing his wings and was starting to show his power and claws in the upper realm. Destroying the Purple Mansion was the best start. Now, if they offended Gu Changa, they would have to consider the terrible consequences. After eliminating the 13 bandits in the chaotic astral region, Gu Changa ordered the immortal ancient clans to secretly send powerhouses to organize the scattered bandits around the chaotic astral region. After all, only a fool would give up such a good resource. Gu Changa was naturally not a good person. After eliminating the 13 bandits, he planned to support a new force to occupy the chaotic astral region. The 13 bandits had become very rich these years. Regardless of which orthodoxy it was, they were all very interested in that area. Although they didn't dare to say much on the surface, they were secretly getting restless. Now that Gu Changa had secretly organized this new force, the other orthodoxies did not dare to say anything. Bandits with a faction supporting them and bandits without were two different things. The star field of chaos was vast and boundless. It was located in a remote area with many continents connected to each other. Every day, countless caravans and cultivators would come and go, not to mention the numerous teleportation formations and ancient altars that were occupied along the way. Any cultivator that wanted to pass through this place would have to pay an additional fee. In the long run, it would naturally become a land of wealth in the eyes of many orthodoxies. What Gu Changa was most interested in was the favorable terrain here. Controlling the star field of chaos would not be a problem for him. In addition to the 13 great bandits, there were also several hundred bandits of various sizes within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Although they were scattered, they had the advantage of numbers. Even the 13 great bandits would find it difficult to unite them. These bandits were all fierce and ruthless people who had experienced many life and death battles. Their strength far surpassed that of cultivators of the same level. After the 13 great bandits were wiped out, these bandits of various sizes became ambitious and wanted to dominate the area. However, their ambitions did not last long. They were quickly suppressed by the army and knights sent by Gu Changa. The conditions that Gu Changa gave them were very simple. They could either submit or die. With the 13 great bandits, as an example, these scattered bandits naturally did not dare to resist. Just like that, the bandits of the star field of chaos gradually gathered together from a sheet of loose sand, although they were still not as strong as the 13 great bandits at their peak. However, with Gu Changa supporting them from behind, their overall strength was many times stronger than the 13 great bandits. Although many orthodoxies and cultivators in the star field of chaos knew who was behind all this, they did not dare to voice their anger. They could only silently pray that this group of bandits would be slightly more restrained under Gu Changa's control and not commit all kinds of crimes like the 13 Great Bandits. Gu Changa then arranged for Ji Qingxian to be temporarily in charge of management. After a period of observation, he had already seen Ji Qingxuan's ability and ambition. This newly integrated group of bandits could be used as a whetstone to help him test Ji Qingxuan's ability. 1 or 2 vases were enough. To Gu Changa, he preferred women who were useful to him and could help him. In the beginning, Ji Qingxian did not expect Gu Changa to trust her so much and let her take on such a huge responsibility. She was very nervous, but more than that, she was filled with ambition and excitement. She secretly swore in her heart that she would not let Gu Changa down. After all, this was the opportunity that Gu Changa gave her to show her ability. She had to make good use of it. Seeing that Ji Qingxian left the Immortal Academy with his token and headed to the Star Field of Chaos, Gu Changa retracted his gaze. He quietly picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Then he picked up the communication talisman. It was related to Xiao Ruoyin's cultivation during this period. Yan Ji reported everything in detail. Gu Changa was most concerned about whether Xiao Ruoyin had recovered her memories as the High Priest of Destiny. But now it seemed that Xiao Ruoyin still needed a long time to recover her memory. As for what realm her cultivation had reached, Gu Changa didn't care. Master, there's news about the 13 Great Bandits that you want to capture. At this time, a follower suddenly came in from outside the hall to report. Gu Changa returned to his senses and asked calmly, "Oh, what news?" The mysterious military advisor behind the 13 Great Bandits seems to be related to the chaos in the demon realm 6,000 years ago. The follower said respectfully, according to the news, the mysterious military advisor seems to be related to the demon realm's Xianyang demon emperor. Later, he was chased by Empress Xiyao and escaped from the demon realm. In the end, no one knew where he went. Unexpectedly, he sneaked into the Star Field of Chaos and became the military advisor of the 13 Great Bandits. He has such a relationship with the demon realm? Could it be that his karma is related to me? Hearing this news, Gu Changa was a little surprised. Then he waved his hand and said, "Got it. You may leave. Once there are traces of him, I will send people to capture him immediately." "Yes, master." Soon the follower left. Gu Changa thought for a moment and planned to write a letter. He felt that this matter might be related to the son of the demon realm's demon emperor. According to what he knew, there were 6 demon emperors in the demon realm. Among them, the Xianyang demon emperor and the Yuiwed demon emperor were the closest. The son of the Xianyang demon emperor was called Jun Bufan. He and Empress Xiyao, who was now in charge of the demon realm, were childhood sweethearts. They were even engaged. However, the engagement was annulled 6,000 years ago. Then, the demon realm fell into chaos. The son of the Xianyang demon emperor died in the chaos, and the 5 demon emperors disappeared. Although the Yuiwed demon emperor was Empress Xiyao's mother, she was rarely seen nowadays. To the public, she said that she was in seclusion. However, no one knew whether she was imprisoned by Empress Xiyao or killed long ago. As early as the chaos in the demon realm 6,000 years ago, Empress Xiyao's reputation was not good. Many people thought that it was normal for her to do such things. She poisoned her fiancé and killed the demons who resisted. Countless creatures of the demon realm died at her hands. Her cruel means made people tremble. There was even a rumor that Empress Xiyao's voice could stop children from crying at night. Gu Changa remembered that some time ago, when he had just entered the Immortal Academy, he had triggered a destiny event. The son of the demon emperor had returned. At that time, he had reminded Empress Xiyao. However, because he had something to do at that time, he did not take it to heart. Now it seems that this son of the demon emperor has become a big deal. Sure enough, a person of great destiny will be involved in the Son of Destiny. For me, it's a good opportunity to harvest. Gu Changa suddenly had such a guess when he thought about the blind, middle-aged man. If that's the case, then this person is most likely to escape to the demon realm. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes and called his followers again. He asked them to pay attention to the teleportation formations to the various ancient cities in the demon realm at all times. After arranging this matter, Gu Changa began to write a letter, intending to sound out Empress Xiao's attitude. The last time he met Empress Xiao at the Immortal Academy, although he flattered her a little and seemed to have a good relationship with her. However, Gu Changa knew that with her intelligence, it was impossible for her to trust him so easily. At most, it was a kind of appreciation for him at first sight. Moreover, he didn't know what kind of attitude Empress Xiao had towards her fiancé who had been poisoned to death. Therefore, it was necessary for him to decide the next plan based on Empress Xiao's attitude. If Empress Xiao still felt guilty towards Jun Bufan, he didn't mind helping to destroy him. The demon realm, in a magnificent palace that stood on the top of a mountain surrounded by clouds and mist. A peerlessly beautiful woman in a phoenix robe was writing something in front of a table. Her facial features were beautiful, and her eyes were deep and calm. There was a little light red makeup between her eyebrows, which made her look a little demonic. Beside her stood 4 tall women holding brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones in their hands. The women were fat and thin, and their appearances were moving. Their hair was soft, and their facial features were exquisite. Their expressions were either charming, cold, indifferent, or demure. They were all different. Your Majesty, this is a letter from young Master Gu of the Immortal Academy in the Upper Realm. At this time, a female official came in with a letter with a respectful expression. Hearing this, the 4 female officials beside the woman in phoenix robe seemed to be a little surprised. One of the women with a demure temperament walked over, took the letter, and presented it to the woman in phoenix robe. Gu Changa, why did he write to me? Hearing this, the woman in phoenix robe put down the memorial in her hand. She raised her eyebrows slightly and seemed to be a little surprised. At the same time, she couldn't help but think of what Gu Changa said to her. Perhaps he can be called the emperor of all time. It was rare that the woman in phoenix robe smiled slightly. She gently took the letter and opened it to read. The 4 female officials beside her looked at this scene in surprise. They were the closest female officials to Empress Yaoshi, and at the same time they were also her confidants. Naturally, they knew the Empress character very well. She was cold and dignified all year round, and it was not easy to get close to her, but she actually smiled, and it was because of a man. They naturally knew who Gu Changa was. They knew that he was the most popular and dazzling young heavenly pride in the upper realm in recent years, and his power was monstrous. Some time ago, he even destroyed a supreme sage orthodoxy, which shocked them and even frightened them. They felt that it was unbelievable, inconceivable, and surreal. Was this something that could be done by the younger generation? Even the most dazzling heavenly pride in the demon realm was overshadowed in front of him, and was far from comparable. Moreover, when did the Empress get to know Gu Changa? The 2 of them actually contacted each other through letters? You actually have the time to care about how I'm doing now. The smile on Yaoxi's face could not help but deepen. She seemed to be in a good mood, and the 4 female officials beside her felt her mood. This made them a little absent-minded. How long had it been since the last time the Empress showed such an expression? Was it the last time a minister stood his ground in the imperial court and agreed to Her Majesty's reforms, and explained Her Majesty's good intentions? After that, Yaoxi carefully read the contents of the letter again. Then she picked up the pen next to her and began to write on the paper. It was rare that she wrote on her own, and did not let the female official beside her write for her. This caused the 4 girls to be shocked once again. How much did Her Majesty value this? They were suddenly very curious, and wanted to see the legendary young Lord Changa with their own eyes. It didn't take long for Yaoxi to finish writing the content. She read it carefully again and showed a very satisfied expression. Only then did she pass it to the female officer beside her and say lightly, "Send it to young Master Changa as soon as possible." Asking for fresh flowers, yes. The female official with a demure expression took the letter and then quickly left the palace. During this time, keep an eye on the teleportation portals to the upper realm. The remnants of the evil that were not killed 6,000 years ago are showing signs of revival again. Yao, she then ordered lightly. Your Majesty, is someone returning to the demon realm? The woman with a cold expression seemed to be a little surprised when she heard this. Yao, she took a look at her. She trusted these female officials very much and had no intention of hiding anything from them. She said faintly, Young Master Changa has recently wiped out the 13 bandits of the chaotic celestial regions. One of the survivors is Demon Master Bai Kuan, who served the Xianyang Demon Emperor 6,000 years ago. After offending young Lord Changa, there's no place for this person in the upper realm now, so he guessed that Bai Kuan would flee back to the demon realm. Bai Kuan? It's actually him. I heard that he has the ability to see through the mysteries of heaven and reverse the universe. Back then, he was able to escape from layers of pursuit and encirclement, and since then, his whereabouts have been unknown. So he fled to the chaotic star region. Hearing this, the few female officials looked a little shocked. Only the woman with a cold temperament who asked the question just now had a slight change in her expression. She seemed a little nervous, but it was only a fleeting moment. Yao, she was still flipping through Gu Changa's letter and did not notice the woman's expression. All these years, the remnants of the rebellion have shown signs of revival. There should be someone secretly leading them. But who could it be? She frowned and began to think about the problems involved in the letter. When facing Gu Changa, she had a feeling of, when I was born, you were not, and when you were, I was already old. Therefore, many of the problems that she encountered were told to him in the letter without hiding anything. When she first met Gu Changa at the Immortal Academy, she had paid attention to the things that Gu Changa said. Therefore, when she returned to the demon realm, she began to order a search for the remnants of the 5 emperors. Moreover, Yao, she was very cautious, capturing people with the same name as her fiancé all over the demon realm. She knew that this method was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack, but it was the only way that she could think of at the moment. She knew Jun Buffan's character and knew that if he was not dead, it was very likely that he would continue to use his original name. As for why Yao she suspected that Jun Buffan was not dead, it was because she found that Jun Buffan's tomb was now empty. She did not know when, but someone had stolen his body. Facing this, she had no clue now, so she hoped to get a solution from Gu Changa. Although Gu Changa was just a junior to her, some of Gu Changa's opinions gave her a feeling of seeing through the clouds. He, as expected. This son of the demon emperor seems to have matured. I have to find time to go to the demon realm. It's not easy to see a ripe leek. How can I let it go so easily? In the Immortal Academy, Gu Changa stood with his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. After reading Empress Yao Shi's letter, he was not very surprised. Gu Changa had already guessed some of the questions she asked before this. How could the return of the son of the demon emperor be the same as 6,000 years ago, repeating the same mistake again? As long as Jun Buffan was not stupid, he would choose to keep a low profile and not show up in front of Empress Yao Shi as much as possible to reduce his limelight as much as possible. How difficult would it be to find the son of the demon emperor in such a huge demon realm? It was more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. It would be strange if Empress Yao Shi could find him, and perhaps even she was not sure whether Jun Buffan was dead or not. Since she could not find him, it would be easy to get him to show up on his own initiative. Then Gu Changa began to write. Since Empress Yao Shi asked him for a solution, he had a way. In his opinion, Empress Yao Shi was not ruthless enough. He had more ways to get Jun Buffan to show up on his own initiative. If he remembered correctly, Jun Buffan had an elder sister. His elder sister had not participated in the chaos of the demon realm, 6,000 years ago. She had designated a place as a forbidden area for the demon realm, and no one had dared approach it for thousands of years. At the same time, in an ancient city in the upper realm, a young man in disguise was setting up a stall on the side of a remote street. There were many rusty and muddy weapon fragments on the stall, as well as many exotic ores that could not be recognized. They were very old, as if they had just been unearthed. They were very fresh. However, while setting up the stall, the young man would choose to glance at the practitioners and geniuses passing by from time to time, his eyes shining. Gu Changa, the remnants of the 13 thieves. Unfortunately, none of this has anything to do with me now. Listening to the practitioners nearby, the young man murmured to himself. Something occurred to him. Hatred and anger flashed in his eyes. This man was certainly Jiang Qin. If it were not for Gu Changa, he would not have ended up like this. He had to dig up graves and go into tombs to make a living by selling the burial goods of the tomb owner. If he was lucky, he could run into the tomb owner who had just died and devour the magic power left in his body. If he was unlucky, he could run into a corpse that had been nourished by the spirits of the universe and the essences of the sun and the moon, which could lead to a zombie transformation and a bloody disaster. Every time he went into a tomb, he had to be on tenterhooks, and he had to be careful not to be discovered by the family of the tomb owner. The black-robed old man had not shown up for a long time to train him. Jiang Qin did not know where the black-robed old man was either. He had to look for tombs in the mountains and practice the method the black-robed old man had left for him. He had made some small achievements during this period. He had developed a spiritual sea. Jiang Qin had planned to go to the big markets to gamble on stones according to his methods. However, at the thought that he would not be able to take the things away and would probably be left there, he gradually gave up the idea. He happened to hear that an ancient divine tomb was going to show up. He planned to go there to try his luck. Chapter 376. Jiang Qin knew the ancient divine tombs of this world were totally different from those of the average void god or true god. Those were races with divine thrones, and they were extremely rare. The opportunities contained in this kind of tomb were beyond imagination. He believed he and the celestial boat's artifact spirit would be able to get a lot of benefits there. Benefactor, where did you get these things? While Jiang Qin was in a daze, a smiling monk suddenly showed up in front of him. The monk didn't look very young. His face was oily. The kasaya he was wearing was ragged. He was holding a worn-out bowl in his hand. He was pointing at some broken pieces of weapons on the stall. Jiang Qin didn't even give it a second thought. He said, "I picked them up from the ground." "Yeah," the monk asked. Jiang Qin nodded. "Of course. Ha, ha. In that case, I think you are destined to meet the Buddha. Why don't you come with me?" The monk said, smiling. "What are you going to do?" Jiang Qin looked up, staring at the monk warily. He grasped a weapon in his sleeve quietly. He had already selected the items on the stall, so there was nothing special about them. However, the monk obviously had seen through him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken to him in such a way. The monk laid his eyes on Jiang Qin. Noticing his cultivation, he said with interest, "Benefactor, you're really something. I happen to have something here. I can cooperate with you. Don't worry. Benefactor, you'll get a lot of benefits." Jiang Chu's heart sank. He felt the monk's cultivation was unfathomable. How would he know what kind of cooperation he was talking about? Monks don't lie. Benefactor, don't worry. I've never cheated anyone in my life. Seeing Jiang Qin become silent, the monk made a solemn vow. "If you don't believe me, I'm sorry." How could Jiang Qin not understand what was going on? If he refused again, the monk would use violence against him. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "I'm just an ordinary person who resells this junk. Why do you have to be like this, master?" No, no, no. In this monk's opinion, this benefactor is not simple. Although your cultivation is not high, you were able to enter the tomb with such terrifying yin qi and find these weapon fragments. How can your means be compared to an ordinary person? The monk didn't care about Jiang Chen's self-mockery. He was still smiling. He went straight to the point and pointed out Jiang Chen's uniqueness. Jiang Chen's heart sank when he heard this, but he still looked calm and composed. When he entered the tomb at that time, he had indeed encountered a lot of trouble. The dangers involved would cause an ordinary cultivator's expression to change. There was the danger of dying. In the tomb, although he obtained many good things, he almost lost his life. It was all thanks to the help of the immortal boat's spirit. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to escape. And yet, the monk in front of him was able to see through all this with a single glance. He was truly not simple. Then Jiang Qin had no choice but to leave with the monk. He didn't even want to leave the stall. After all, these things weren't precious. The monk led him through many twists and turns before arriving at a very grand and imposing mansion. The cultivators in charge of guarding the entrance were all very powerful. Their bodies were enveloped in divine radiance, and their qi and blood were astonishing. After arriving here, the monk was obviously more cautious. He didn't dare act as casually as before. Don't talk nonsense here. Otherwise, even this monk can't protect you, the monk said to Jiang Qin in a low voice. Jiang Qin also looked serious. He felt aggrieved that he had been involved in such a thing for no reason at all. Who are we going to see? Jiang Qin couldn't help but ask in a low voice. The great void divine race. The monk turned his head and glanced at Jiang Qin. It was only because he wanted Jiang Qin to pay more attention to him that he explained. Jiang Qin's pupils shrank. He turned pale. He suddenly thought of something. These days, the news that an ancient divine tomb was going to show up had spread everywhere, and he had heard that a strong man from the great void divine race was buried in that so-called divine tomb. The great void divine race was very mysterious. It was an extremely rare race even in the upper realm. There weren't many of them. However, since they were called the divine race, they must be very strong. If they had a large population, it was possible for them to become the strongest race in the upper realm. And the person he was going to see was from the great void divine race. Jiang Chen's heart started to pound. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Don't talk nonsense when we go in. The monk still didn't feel at ease. He looked back and warned Jiang Qin carefully. Jiang Qin nodded. His palms were sweating. He vaguely saw a divine light shining in the depths of the mansion. An extremely noble, slim figure was sitting there. He seemed to be able to see through Jiang Qin. Seeing Jiang Qin step in, the black-robed old man, who had been hiding in the air, moved his eyes, but he didn't follow him. In the Academy of True Immortals, when Gu Chang'e sent a terrifying army to search for the remaining members of the 13 Thieves, within a majestic divine mountain. In a palace, several elders with vague faces shrouded in chaotic energy were discussing something. A grave of the great void divine race has shown up. It's a good chance for the geniuses of our academy to take a trial by fire. Last time, the disaster of the absolute Yin sky was destroyed by the inheritor of the demonic method. I hope it will go smoothly this time. So, how about the leader this time be 6-crown King Junyao? Gu Chang'e is getting stronger. The Immortal Academy can't accommodate him anymore. I don't think he'll take this seriously. The elders were talking. They were deciding on the leader of this trial by fire. Gu Chang'e had been excluded. It wasn't because they didn't think Gu Chang'e was qualified. They were considering whether Gu Chang'e was willing or not. The opportunities in the tomb of the divine god were precious for the other disciples, but for Gu Chang'e, they weren't worth mentioning. Soon the decision was made. As soon as the news spread, the disciples of the Immortal Academy went into an uproar. The appearance of the tomb of the divine god naturally meant opportunities and dangers. And this time the leader was actually 6-crown King Junyao, not Gu Chang'e. This shocked many people. They wondered if Gu Changa had been showing off too much recently, causing the Immortal Academy to be determined to suppress him so that he wouldn't be able to cover the sky in the Immortal Academy. However, this guess was quickly overturned because an elder announced that Gu Changa didn't need to participate in this trial. Many disciples were enlightened. Now, Gu Changa's identity and status were completely different from them. They couldn't treat him as an ordinary disciple of the Immortal Academy. The gap between them and Gu Changa had long been widening, and an invisible gap had appeared. Gu Changa's status in the Immortal Academy had reached the point where he could sit on equal footing with the Supreme Realm Elders. In the next few days, the Immortal Academy began to bustle. Divine rainbows tore through the sky, and blood burst through the clouds. Many disciples began to prepare for this trial. 6 Crown King Junyao, Divine Phoenix Maiden, Yuminkong Gu Xian Jiang Chuchu, Wang Zijin, Golden Cicada Buddha Child, and others were all going to enter the tomb of the Divine God this time to compete for their own opportunities. When Gu Changa heard this news, he didn't take it to heart. Just as the elders had guessed, even if he was allowed to participate, he would refuse. This level of trial was just a waste of time for him now. He was more interested in the whereabouts of the 13 great bandits. Of course, if he heard that something good had appeared in the tomb of the Divine God, it would be a different story. Are you really not interested in the divine tomb of the Great Void Divine Tribe? In the hall, Yuminkong was a little puzzled. In her memories, the Great Void Divine Tribe that had emerged this time had a piece of divine seed crystal, which was equivalent to a supreme Tao fruit. Logically speaking, Gu Changa wouldn't let it go. For now, I'm more interested in catching that bastard. If something good appears in the tomb of the Divine God, I'll naturally go. Gu Changa smiled and explained. Yuminkong nodded. Then I'll help you keep an eye out. With her words, Gu Changa was naturally relieved. Thank you for your hard work. He smiled. Yuminkong shook her head slightly. This is what I should do. Although the two of them were not married yet, she already had the self-awareness of being a wife. Then she left. Not long after Yuminkong left, a piece of news came. Master, we found traces of the mysterious military advisor behind the 13 great bandits. We're now sending troops to intercept him. A follower reported respectfully. Gu Changa stood up and narrowed his eyes. Where is he? He's currently in North Pool Ancient City. We've already sealed off the teleportation arrays in the surroundings. All cultivators and living beings have been stopped and are not allowed to leave the city. Even if that person grows wings, he won't be able to escape from our tight encirclement. The follower said confidently. Good. You've done well. Gu Changa nodded. With a wave of his sleeves, he took a step forward and left the place. Then his majestic figure soared into the sky. He directly opened a space tunnel and rushed through the void. A terrifying aura resounded in the sky. The disciples and elders of True Immortal Academy watched this scene in shock. They were speechless for a long time. Then they began to guess where Gu Changa was going and what his motive was. He should have found the whereabouts of the 13 great bandits. Wang Zijin said with certainty. Jiang Chuchu, who was beside her, looked at her and said calmly, You seem to know Gu Changa very well. Wang Zijin smiled. I don't know him well. I just can guess what he's going to do. Do you suddenly feel that I know him better than you do? She revealed a pair of shallow dimples in a provocative manner. Jiang Chuchu ignored her provocation and turned to leave. Gu Xian who had just broken through to the Saint Realm after coming out of seclusion, stared blankly at Gu Changa and his people leaving. Then he lowered his eyes. There seemed to be some lingering melancholy between his brows. Bi's ancient city. This was a majestic and magnificent ancient city with a population of several billion. It spanned a radius of nearly 100,000 miles, like a ferocious beast crouching on the ground. Just the city walls alone were like mountains that stretched endlessly. At this moment, outside the 4 city gates of Bi's ancient city, dark clouds pressed down on the city like dark clouds. Among them, colorful feathers flowed. Demonic wings covered the sky and scales flickered. All kinds of powerful and terrifying creatures appeared in the sky, completely sealing off all directions. Riding on the clouds, just their bodies alone were like small mountains. They were entwined with purple lightning and crimson light, and their power was astonishing. It was difficult for any cultivator or creature to leave this place, and they couldn't enter the city. Those who disobeyed would all be killed on the spot. Just now, a cultivator was dissatisfied and tried to resist, but he was slapped to death in the sky, his body and soul destroyed on the spot. Everyone trembled with fear. Their backs were cold, and their divine souls were trembling. They didn't know what had happened and why so many creatures and armies suddenly appeared. Even the city lord of Biai's ancient city appeared outside the city walls at this moment. He carefully wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, not daring to say a word. He naturally recognized the master behind these terrifying creatures, which was why he dealt with them carefully, not daring to offend them. The cultivators behind him were all important figures in Biai's ancient city. But now they also carefully accompanied him, not daring to show a trace of dissatisfaction. The huge Biai's ancient city was dead silent at this moment. Everyone was worried that they would be destroyed by a destructive attack. The force outside the city was too terrifying. It was so vast that it covered the sky and the sun. Not to mention an ancient city, even a small orthodoxy could be easily destroyed by it. My master has ordered that anyone who dares to protect the remnants of the 13 bandits will be regarded as going against him and bear the consequences. At this moment, a creature that looked like a yiksha stood out. His body was surrounded by a red glow and he sneered. His voice reverberated in the sky. The 13 bandits? Damn it. Damn the 13 bandits. How dare they drag us down? Hearing this, many cultivators' expressions changed. Only then did they realize it turned out that this matter was related to the remnants of the 13 bandits. During this period, the news of Gu Changa hunting down the 13 bandits had caused an uproar in the upper realm. It seemed that there was no need to say who was behind this group of creatures. Many cultivators smiled bitterly. Other than Gu Changa, who else in the upper realm had such great power to send such a terrifying force to hunt down a person? At that moment, many people also relaxed. Since it was to hunt down the remnants of the 13 bandits, it definitely had nothing to do with ordinary people like them. They did not protect the rest of the bandits. So naturally, there was nothing to worry about. They just hoped that they would not be implicated. Everyone, don't worry. Since the remnants of the 13 bandits have appeared in Biai's ancient city, I will definitely cooperate with you to find them and give young Master Changa an explanation. The Biai city lord heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then he opened his mouth and promised solemnly. In his heart, he also hated the remnants of the 13 bandits to death. Of all places, they had to come to Biai's ancient city. Was this not purely inviting trouble for him? If we had known that the remnants of the 13 bandits were in this city, we would have sent people to search everywhere. How could we have troubled young Master Changa to mobilize so many people? If someone is protecting the remnants of the 13 bandits, we will definitely capture them and kill them without mercy. After the Biai city lord said this, the other big shots behind him also spoke one after another to express their stance. They definitely did not protect or harbor the remnants of the 13 bandits. Hearing this, many young cultivators were shocked. They would not usually see such big shots at all. However, today, because Gu Changa wanted to search for the remnants of the 13 bandits, they all appeared together and made such a solemn promise. Such power was simply too terrifying and unimaginable. With the Biai city master's words, we can be at ease. We are not unreasonable people. Master ordered us to come here to capture the remaining members of the 13 great bandits. He will not make things difficult for everyone in Biai's ancient city. Seeing that the Biai city lord and the others were so tactful, the Yaksha-like creature revealed a faint smile and said, "Everyone, please don't worry. We will do our best to cooperate with the search and won't let anyone suspicious go. The Bi's city, Lord promised." Then the mighty army descended on Bi's ancient city and began to search the mansions and palaces one by one. The entire Bi's ancient city was in an uproar. Everyone was on tenterhooks, fearing that the remnants of the 13 bandits were hiding around them. Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, Rain Admiring Pavilion. This was the Bi's ancient city's brothel. It was usually very lively, with women chatting and the fragrance of cosmetics. However, today it was exceptionally quiet. In a private room inside, a pale-faced middle-aged man was sitting in a wheelchair. He could not stop coughing out blood. His eyes were covered with a black cloth. Other than that, his lower limbs were also crippled and he could not move at all. This was not an ordinary external injury. Even with many sacred medicines, it was difficult to cure it completely. Just like his eyes, this was the result of prying too much into the secrets of the heavens. He would not be able to get rid of it, even if he spent his entire life. Behind the middle-aged man, a sorrowful young man could not help but sigh. "Master, are we just waiting for death today?" These days they had been hiding everywhere. They were always on tenterhooks and were very careful. They were like rats living in the dark, unable to see any light. This kind of life made him feel hopeless. He did not understand why his master, who could foresee things like this, would be hunted down one day. In the vast upper realm, there was no place for him to stay. When the middle-aged man heard this, he seemed to have triggered the injuries on his body and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He shook his head slightly. His voice was very calm, as if he had already expected this. "I didn't expect Guchanga to find me so soon. I thought I could hide for a few more days. This is all my fault. If it wasn't because of greed, how could I have caused all this? Disciple, you should go. Take Lien Air and leave. The person Guchanga wants to catch is me. It has nothing to do with you. This is a secret treasure that I refined back then. After the two of you use it, hide in the void and leave quietly. No one will be able to detect your tracks. Then, take the opportunity to escape to the demon realm and find a person called June Buffon. Give this brocade pouch to him." The middle-aged man said all this calmly. At the same time, he took out 2 items from his arms, a very ordinary brocade pouch and a very ordinary jade talisman. There was nothing special about them. Even if they were to be thrown on the ground, no one would notice. But now, these 2 items were given to the 2 of them by him. Behind the young man stood a woman with a graceful figure. Her appearance was enchanting. Her skin was as white as snow, and her hair was as black as ink. At this moment, her expression seemed to be somewhat unbearable, but in the end, she did not say anything. "Master, if we leave, what will happen to you? You are now seriously injured. Once we leave, you will be caught by Guchanga. That will be a dead end." When the young man heard this, his face was even more sorrowful. His eyes were red as if tears could fall at any time. "Disciple, you have now received my true teachings. Even without me, you can still live well. You don't have to bury your life in this place for me." The middle-aged man's smile seemed to be a little gratified, but his words were still resolute, and there was no room for doubt. "Lien Air, you sigh. Father is most guilty to you and your mother, but I can't help it. All these years I didn't come to find you, not because I didn't want to see you, but because I didn't want to implicate you. It's been hard on you, building such a big Spring Breeze Jasper building by yourself." Then he looked at the beautiful woman again and said with some guilt, although he could not see, he knew that his daughter was actually looking at him. This made the middle-aged man feel a little gratified. Who would have thought that the master behind the famous assassin organization Spring Breeze Jasper Building was actually the daughter of Demon Master Baikuin? Chapter 377. The sky trembled and rumbled in all directions. Rumble. The entire Bai's ancient city was in an uproar because of the fact that the remnants of the 13 great bandits were being sheltered. The majestic army marched straight in like a black cloud, descending upon this place. Then they began to search the palaces one by one to find the remnants hidden in them. In addition, the big shots of Bai's ancient city also sent their subordinates to begin a strict search and elimination, sealing off every teleportation array and exit. It was the first time for many cultivators to see such a grand scene, and they felt extremely uneasy. All the cultivators, regardless of their cultivation base, were carefully staying in their own palaces at this time. The streets that used to be very lively were now dead silent. They were all knights holding all kinds of heavenly sabers, halberds, and spears. They were aggressively riding on their mounts and searching from house to house. Buzz! At this moment, in the sky, a rumbling fluctuation came, followed by an incomparably resplendent door of light that seemed to be connected to another world. Everyone raised their heads to look at this scene in shock. Then they saw many mighty figures walking out of the light door. The person in the lead was dressed in a black robe. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his face was flawless. His eyes were deep, and his facial features were handsome without a trace of flaw. His temperament was extraordinary, but there was an innate sense of superiority and nobility. Behind him were many figures with extremely powerful auras. They were riding terrifying beasts, and their brilliance soared into the sky as they rode on the clouds. When ordinary cultivators saw this scene, they might even be scared out of their wits. "Greetings, young Master Changa." "Greetings, Master." The person who came was naturally Gu Changa, who had rushed over from the Immortal Academy after hearing that the remnants of the 13 great bandits had appeared. When the city lord of Bai's ancient city and the others saw this, they all flew up into the sky and bowed respectfully. Their attitudes were very respectful. "It's young Master Changa. Apart from him, who else in the younger generation can have such power? It's simply unbelievable that a young man can actually do this. Whether it's cultivation base or power, it's to the extent that no one can surpass him." Many young geniuses in Bai's ancient city couldn't help but feel admiration and respect when they saw the scene. They didn't know when they would be able to reach such a level. His name was known throughout the world, and no one dared to disrespect him. Gu Changa nodded. He glanced down and asked, "Have you found any traces of him?" The Yiksha-like creature stepped forward and said respectfully, "Master, we're searching the entire ancient city. We have sealed all the exits and teleportation arrays. We have even sealed the void 100,000 kilometers away. Today he won't be able to escape." Gu Changa nodded. She descended from the sky and landed on the street. The people behind him followed closely behind him, keeping a few steps behind. Gu Changa frowned slightly. He was actually a little surprised. Why would this person flee to the city and not other places? Previously, in his speculation, even if Baikuin wanted to escape, he would definitely escape to the demon realm. Bai's ancient city was too far away from the demon realm, so it shouldn't be a suitable place to escape. Pay attention to the people around Baikuin. He definitely has accomplices. Gu Changa narrowed his eyes. Thinking of this possibility, he ordered indifferently. At the same time, his vast and majestic divine sense also swept across the entire ancient city, and scrupulously probing every corner. Baikuin was once a close friend of the Xianyang demon emperor. This time, Gu Changa planned to deal with the returned son of the demon emperor. Baikuin was bound to be the best candidate and the best entry point. If he guessed correctly, according to the normal trajectory, Baikuin should provide a lot of help in the rise of the son of the demon emperor, Jun Bufan. Or rather, it was normal for the demon master, who had once assisted the Xianyang demon emperor, to assist his son again. Jun Bufan had become a master and was hiding in the demon realm. It was bound to be difficult to find him. And Baikuin was an indispensable chess piece. This was also related to Gu Changa's next plan. With the arrival of Gu Changa, the entire Biai's ancient city became more and more stirred. The cultivators and creatures of all clans and sects carefully stayed in their own sects, not daring to be angry or speak. They could only watch as a large group of knights rushed in from outside the mansion and left after a thorough search. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief and feel relieved. Young Lord Changa, the east and south of Biai's ancient city have been searched, and there is no suspicious face. The Biai city lord respectfully cupped his hands and said, in terms of seniority, he was thousands of years older than Gu Changa, but his cultivation was far inferior to him. In front of Gu Changa, he even trembled and feared as if he was facing an ancestor. So the west is still unsearched, Gu Changa nodded. Biai's ancient city is not very big. It will only take half a day to search the west. What will Bai Kuan do in the remaining time? Will he say his last words? He had a faint smile on his face, like a cat catching a mouse, as he slowly walked over. The surrounding markets and pavilions were very quiet. Usually, divine light would surge, and the light of treasures would soar into the sky, but today it was unusually quiet. Finally, 2 colors of black and white circulated in his eyes. Under the insight of the power of reincarnation, everything in the world became clearer and more reasonable. The luck here is strange. Gu Changa noticed an unusually splendid group of pavilions, palaces, and pavilions row after row. Where is that? Gu Changa asked. Young Lord Changa, that is the property of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. Usually many cultivators would come here to enjoy themselves. The Biai city lord looked over with some surprise, and then reported truthfully, let's go there. Gu Changa nodded slightly and started walking towards that direction. The followers behind him heard this, looked at each other and nodded tacitly. Boom! Then, with a wave of his hand, a vast army and knights descended and surrounded the palaces and pavilions in front. The Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was a new force in the upper realm in the past 1,000 years. Its origin was very mysterious. No one knew what was behind it, and who was the mysterious owner behind it. On the surface, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was a place for prostitutes to seek pleasure. However, many cultivators knew that it was an assassin organization in the dark. It specialized in dealing with the dark and shady assassinations of various orthodoxies. For example, assassinating the young sky prides, young seeds, elders with great potential, or eliminating traitors, and so on. Compared to those assassin organizations with thousands of years of history, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion had only been established for a short time. However, the assassins in the organization were terrifyingly powerful. They were unpredictable and hard to guard against. All the major assassin organizations saw it as a thorn in their side, and they could not wait to remove it. The various orthodoxies were also very wary of it because they could not find the headquarters of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. It was like a weed that could not be burned out. When the right time came, it would reignite from the ashes. Over time, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion had gained quite a reputation in the vast upper realm. There were even rumors that, as long as the price was right, it would even dare to assassinate the ancient emperor. Countless sky prides and cultivators had died in its hands over the years. There were even rumors that the mysterious owner behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was the successor of the Slayer Emperor, who had killed so many emperors that their expressions changed. At this moment, in the pavilion, Bai Kuan sighed as he thought of this. He had seen what his daughter, Bai Lian had done all these years. Sometimes, when he saw her in danger, he would help cover for her to prevent her enemies from finding her and killing her. However, he had never told Bai Lian about these things. He was a fugitive from the demon realm. All these years, Empress Shiyao had been tracking down the remnants of the 5 emperors. It was because of this that his daughter, Bai Lian could not be involved in this. It's been hard on you all these years, Bai Kuan sighed. Hearing this, the enchanting woman, who had been silent behind the young man, finally spoke up. She seemed to be unable to bear it. She lowered her eyes. Although her gaze was cold, it also contained unconcealable sadness. "Father, I actually understand all of your difficulties." Her voice had a strange charm. If ordinary cultivators heard this, it was very likely that they would lose their mind. Although the young man had seen her a few times, he still felt a little embarrassed at this time. He knew that this was not deliberately done by Bai Lian, but because of her special physique. For cultivators, she had a natural charm. Bai Kuan showed a gratified smile when he heard this. "All these years, Father has really wronged you. Sometimes I really want to see you, but I'm worried that the people of the demon realm will find out. Sigh, if it wasn't for this, I probably wouldn't have seen you in my life." Bai Lian nodded and lowered her eyes. "Father, you don't have to say this. I can understand you. Well, I've said what I wanted to say. Now you all should leave this place. Soon, Guchanga's people will find this place." The middle-aged man's face was solemn as he said cautiously, "But remember, don't avenge me. This disaster was caused entirely by my moment of greed. You can't possibly be Guchanga's opponent, so don't be his enemy. Remember what I told you. Go to the demon realm and find a person named Jun Bufan. Give that brocade pouch to him. He is the destined one." The last sentence was obviously said to the young man. Although Bai Lian was puzzled, she didn't ask much at this time. Jun Bufan, didn't he die 6,000 years ago? Why give this brocade pouch to him? She sighed faintly in her heart, and her thoughts were complicated. "I understand, Master. I won't let you down." The young man nodded solemnly. Then the two endured the grief and activated the jade pendant to hide their aura and figure. They left through the back door of the pavilion. Bai Kuan sat in the wheelchair with a calm expression. His thoughts gradually scattered. In the past, Demon Master Bai Kuan was also an all-powerful figure in the demon realm. He was known to be able to predict everything, and he dared to say it. With this courage and boldness, he was able to make a name for himself in the demon realm. Even the various demon emperors were extremely respectful towards him. And because he was familiar with the mysterious Sun Demon Emperor since childhood, he finally became his subordinate, which made the mysterious Sun Demon Emperor vaguely known as the head of the 6 great demon emperors in the demon realm. Who could compare to the glory of that time? But he didn't blame others for falling into such a situation today. "All karma, every drink, and every pack has a cycle," Bai Kuan sighed. His face was unusually calm as he waited for Guchanga's arrival. He knew that since Guchanga knew that he was behind the 13 great bandits and had escaped, he must have a way to find him. There was no doubt about this. Guchanga, this young man, was really too strange. He had once divined his fate, but the only result was a backlash. It took half a month for him to get better. At that time, if he hadn't sensed the birth of a shocking secret treasure in the weapon's suppressing divine domain and was compatible with him, how could he have been so greedy? How could he have brought disaster to the 13 great bandits? How could he be hunted down by Guchanga? He had hidden in the demon realm for 6,000 years, but in less than half a month he was found by Guchanga. Rumble. At this time, Bai Kuan suddenly heard a huge noise coming from outside the pavilion. A terrifying and vast wave came, as if the heavenly river was crashing down. A surging golden palm print suddenly penetrated the sky and fell toward a certain void. Suddenly, it was as if many stars had exploded. Countless pavilions and palaces turned into ashes under the aftermath. All the cultivators trembled as if they were facing a world-ending catastrophe. Dong! That place seemed to be about to burst open. Endless light and runes intertwined, and finally turned into broken swords that scattered in all directions. Guchanga frowned slightly, looking at the wave that flashed by. He escaped! After taking his palm head-on, he could still escape safely. This strength was at least that of a quasi-supreme. "Seal this place, and don't let anyone come near." Guchanga ordered the people behind him who were still in shock. Then incomparably terrifying nights rolled up a gust of wind and quickly descended, instantly surrounding the spring breeze Jasper Pavilion. The cultivators and creatures in the distance watched all this with incomparable shock. That palm just now felt like the sky had smashed down. They were deeply shocked. Was this Guchanga's true strength? In the pavilion, although Baikuin was blind and disabled, he was a quasi-supreme cultivator. It was just that he hadn't shown his cultivation for many years. At that moment, he clearly sensed a terrifying wave that surpassed that of an ordinary quasi-supreme. If it weren't for the formation patterns in Bi's ancient city, who knew how many city towers would have been destroyed by that attack? Could it be that Lien, and Baihua's traces have been discovered? Impossible. Are you done with your last words? And just as Baikuin was about to make a final, desperate fight, suddenly the sound of footsteps came from below his pavilion. Then a young man's voice sounded, although it sounded like a chuckle, but it seemed extremely calm and indifferent, without any emotional fluctuations. The moment he heard this voice, Guchanga, Baikuin's scalp was a little numb. The first feeling was like facing a cold iron stone, which made people tremble uncontrollably. He didn't expect Guchanga to find him so quickly and say such words as soon as she arrived. Last words? Could it be that Guchanga really heard something? But anyway, he was a person who had been through a lot, so he quickly calmed down. After all, the jade pendant he gave the two of them was not a simple thing. It could hide one's aura and quietly escape, so it was impossible to be discovered. Thinking of this, Baikuin looked at the stairs and asked calmly, "Young Master Changa made such a big fuss just to find a cripple like me. It's really an honor." Guchanga walked up unhurriedly. Hearing this, he smiled faintly. "For people who dare to offend me, I generally don't like to leave them a way out. So sometimes, even if I have to search the entire upper realm, I have to find his hiding place and then kill him." He said it casually, but Baikuin felt that his soul was trembling. This young man was far more terrifying than he imagined, and his strength was unfathomable. He suspected that the fluctuation he felt just now was from Guchanga. It was simply unimaginable to have such a cultivation at such a young age. Then Baikuin was about to speak, but Guchanga interrupted him. "However, after seeing you today, I suddenly changed my mind. I won't kill you. If you're alive, you'll be more useful to me." While talking, Guchanga sat down by himself. Looking at the tea that was still warm, his eyes flashed with understanding. He spoke very frankly and directly, without any intention to beat around the bush. However, Baikuin's face changed as he felt a sense of uneasiness and strangeness. What did Guchanga want to do? He paid such a price to search for his traces in the upper realm. Wasn't it because he instigated the 13 bandits to attack the caravan that carried Guchanga's secret treasure, which led to his revenge? "Guchanga, what do you mean? If you want to kill me, I won't frown." Baikuin's face turned cold at this moment. He no longer feigned civility with Guchanga and said firmly, he felt that Guchanga seemed to have other motives, and it was not just a simple revenge. However, he did not want to drag his disciple and daughter down. "Nothing. I'm just a little curious. What did you say just now? Those two escaped quite quickly. It seems that you should have given them an amulet so that they could escape from under my nose." Guchanga shook his head slightly and smiled as if he could see through Baikuin's thoughts at a glance. He had expected it just now. However, he still underestimated Baikuin's means. He could actually let the two of them hide their auras and slip away under the eyes of many cultivators and living beings. It had to be said that this method surprised Guchanga a little. However, it also made him think of sparing Baikuin's life. Of course, Guchanga was not worried about the impact. The two of them could escape for a while, but they could not escape for a lifetime. As long as Baikuin was in his hands, he had ways to make the two of them appear. "What do you mean? I don't understand what you're talking about." Baikuin looked at Gu Changa coldly. Although he was blind, his heart was not. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You only need to understand one thing. Even if you want to die today, you can't. From now on, your life is mine. Gu Changa smiled faintly. Then he quickly made a move. There were black runes flashing in his palm. As the rules fell, he directly slapped Baikuin's abdomen at lightning speed. "What is this?" Baikuin's expression changed. Before he could resist, he felt a strange power penetrate his lungs, bones, and blood, and directly fell towards the place where his spirit sea was. This strange power was too terrifying. It was filled with deep greed and malice. It was as if it had a life of its own, taking root in his wheel of life. It was like a huge black net that sealed his spirit sea in an instant. There was a sense of death and exhaustion that spread, constantly devouring his dermic powers. "What kind of secret technique is this? You sealed my cultivation," said Qin Wentian. Baikuin was furious and triggered his injuries. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face suddenly turned pale. Gu Changa glanced at him indifferently and didn't care much. He turned around and walked downstairs. He instructed, "Investigate the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion with all your strength and suppress Demon Master Baikuin back to the true Immortal Academy." The Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was definitely related to Baikuin. There was no doubt about that. If Gu Changa guessed correctly, one of the two people who escaped just now should be Baikuin's disciple. As for the other person, he should be related to the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. As for his identity, it still needed to be investigated. If he couldn't find anything, he could only search Baikuin's soul. Hearing this, Baikuin's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He didn't expect Gu Changa to continue investigating the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion after catching him. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although his daughter, Bai Lian had never appeared in front of anyone all these years, and almost no one knew that the mysterious owner behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was her. However, Gu Changa had many tricks up his sleeve. Who knew if he couldn't find out? Then Demon Master Baikuin was caught and his cultivation was sealed. He was escorted out by a group of knights and directly thrown into a prison that was prepared in advance. When they saw this scene, all the cultivators and living beings in the entire Biai's ancient city heaved sighs of relief in unison, and they felt much more at ease. The huge mountain that hung above their heads also descended to the ground. Otherwise, anyone who faced an existence like Gu Changa would tremble in fear. Today's matter has frightened everyone. Changa is a little apologetic. Before leaving Biai's ancient city, Gu Changa smiled and said to the Biai's Lake City Lord and the others who sent him out of the city, "Young Master Changa, you must be joking. Demon Master Baikuin was reckless and went against you. It's only right for us to cooperate with your search." The Biai's Lake City Lord and the others hurriedly waved their hands and said with a very humble attitude, "Moreover, the 13 great bandits have been causing trouble for many years. It's also a good deed for you to eliminate this group of bandits." Everyone couldn't help but say, although they didn't mean it, at this time no one dared to complain. "In that case, Changa will take his leave first." Gu Changa smiled slightly and didn't care about this. From the beginning to the end, he was as handsome as jade and elegant and polite. After saying this, he glanced at a certain place in the void. Suddenly, a slight cracking sound was heard, as if something had broken. Then he left with the mighty and terrifying army and didn't stay for a moment. The Biai's Lake City Lord and the others watched Gu Changa leave before they let out a long sigh of relief and returned to the city below. Biai's ancient city began to return to its usual bustle and noise, but today's incident was deeply etched in everyone's mind. Even if they died, they wouldn't forget it. Chapter 378. At this moment, in a mountain range 100,000 miles east of Biai's ancient city. In the void, there was a fluctuation, and then two figures fell out. The first one to land was a young man with a pale face. His blood and chi were tumbling, and he felt as if his internal organs had been torn apart. It was extremely painful. It was Bai Kuen's disciple Bai Hua. Behind Bai Hua was the enchanting woman who fell out of the void. She was Bai Lian. Bai Lian's condition was not much better than Bai Hua's. Her delicate face was pale, and her clothes were stained with blood. This Gu Changa is so strong. If I didn't react fast enough, I would have been left there. Bai Lian's eyes were cold. She quickly took out a large number of pills from her summa ring and swallowed them to heal her injuries. She did not care about Bai Hua, who was looking at her with a worried face. Instead, she was quietly adjusting her injuries, quickly healing her broken bones and lungs. She was a peak quasi-supreme cultivator, but she was suddenly hit by Gu Changa's palm. She was caught off guard and did not have time to resist. She only took out a magic tool to resist, and as a result, she was seriously injured. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Gu Changa's strength was. Moreover, Bai Lian did not know how Gu Changa detected her and Bai Hua's tracks. She had clearly used a unique secret method and activated the jade pendant her father had given her. But even so, Gu Changa had still noticed their tracks. At that time, Bai Lian's heart was shocked and she could not believe it. As for Gu Changa, she had naturally heard a lot of rumors about her. Whether it was before or now, he was always in the limelight, and all his peers had to lower their heads when they saw him. However, Bai Lian didn't care about him at all. In the end, he was just a young junior. If Gu Changa wanted to reach this step, even at the fastest speed, it would take 100 years. But until this period of time, following the outbreak of the Longevity War and the destruction of the Purple Mansion, she had no choice but to pay attention to Gu Changa. He tried his best to prevent the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion's assassins from accepting missions related to the Longevity, Gu family, and Gu Changa. As an assassin in the underworld, she had seen all kinds of missions. For example, the assassination of Gu Changa. This was because there were too many orthodoxies in the upper realm. A tree that stood out in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Gu Changa's brilliance was too dazzling, and there would always be orthodoxies who would be jealous and want to destroy him. This was a very normal thing. However, Bai Lian had never imagined that one day her father would actually offend Gu Changa. Furthermore, he had even urged the 13 great bandits to go steal the artifacts that Gu Changa had forged. With such a huge grudge, Gu Changa would definitely not let it go. But since it had already come to this, she was powerless to stop it. After offending Gu Changa, her father would definitely not have an easy time. Thinking of this, Bai Lian could not help but feel a faint sadness in her heart. Although she had a cold personality, it did not mean that she was heartless. Although she used to hate and complain about her father, things had already happened for 6,000 years. As her only family in this world, how could she be indifferent? In the next moment, Bai Lian suddenly waved her hand, and a crystal clear mirror appeared from her sleeve. Sister Lian, what is this? Although Bai Hua grimaced in pain, he could not help but ask. Bai Lian looked at him coldly and did not say much. As her magical power surged, the brilliance on the mirror surged, and an image suddenly appeared. Master! Bai Hua's eyes widened, and he could not help but exclaim. The image that appeared in the mirror was the scene of Gu Changa sending cultivators to detain Bai Kuen in the Bi's ancient city. Although Bai Kuen's expression was natural from the image, he was bound by chains and looked extremely pathetic. This scene made Bai Hua burn with anger. He clenched his fists tightly in comparable anger and hatred. Fortunately, Bai Lian glanced at him indifferently, frowned, and continued to stare at the image in the mirror. However, in the next moment, her expression suddenly changed. She even resisted the urge to take a few steps back, and even the mirror in her hand almost fell to the ground. In the image, a young man wearing a black robe with jade-like skin, and even his hair was shining brightly like a god. He suddenly raised his head and smiled at her, as if he could see her from an endless distance. Then the mirror in front of her blurred and shattered, and then with a crack it shattered. How is this possible? How could he sense the trick I left behind at that time? Bai Lian took a deep breath and calmed down. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her heart was a little uncertain, falling into a deep uneasiness. How terrifying is Gu Changa's perception? He can even sense this? How can he be so unfathomable? Is he really just a member of the younger generation? He shouldn't have seen me, but he sensed my method. Soon, Bai Lian recovered her calmness. She looked at Bai Hua indifferently and said, "Let's go." "Sister Lian, where are we going now, to the demon realm?" Bai Hua stood up and asked. He also swallowed a lot of pills, and his injuries were more or less healed. "I'll go find someone first. Since Gu Changa didn't kill father on the spot, then he must be keeping father alive for now. I can't ignore father's life and death." Bai Lian said indifferently. As the owner behind Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, she had developed a lot of informers over the years, and this was the time to put them to use. "Master, didn't he tell us to ignore him and not to find Gu Changa for revenge?" "Why?" Bai Hua asked puzzledly. He revered Bai Kuan from the bottom of his heart, so he never went against his master's words, although he also wanted to save his master and avenge him. But considering his master's words, he felt that he should follow his master's instructions. That was the premise before father was killed by Gu Changa. Now that Gu Changa doesn't have the intention to kill him, then there is a way to save father. Bai Lian said indifferently, "After I've arranged everything, we will go to the demon realm and find Jun Bufan." Speaking until here, she looked at Bai Hua and shook her head. They were both of the younger generation. But why was there such a big gap between him and Gu Changa? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the difference was like heaven and earth. Although Bai Hua had inherited her father's legacy, in her opinion, he was just a very naive young heaven's pride that hadn't seen much of the world. Possessing the celestial body and the ability to see through the mysteries of heaven, this kind of talent was of little value to her, and it would only be a burden to bring along. But because he was her father's last disciple, she had no choice but to bring him along. "Okay, I'll listen to Sister Lian. By the way, Sister Lian, do you know the Jun Bufan that Master mentioned?" Bai Huan nodded, then thought of something and asked puzzledly. Bai Lian, Ari's expression changed slightly, but she didn't answer his question. To her, even if Jun Bufan wasn't dead, he was just a stranger at most. 6,000 years ago, her heart had been sealed in ice. Then the two turned into divine rainbows and quickly left this place, passing through many mountains and lakes without stopping. The news of Bai Kuan, a descendant of the 13 bandits, being captured by Gu Changa in Bi's ancient city, quickly spread throughout the upper realm, causing a huge commotion. Bai Kuan was naturally no stranger to the demon realm. In the past, the famous demon master had great power and influence, but because he saw too many mysteries of heaven, he became blind. After the chaos in the demon realm, he was labeled as a traitor by the current demon realm's empress Xiao. After many years of pursuit, his whereabouts were unknown. Now that Bai Kuan had reappeared in the world, it caused quite a stir for various clans and orthodoxies. Many cultivators and creatures were guessing how Gu Changa would deal with Bai Kuan after imprisoning him. Of course, the reason why Bai Kuan would end up in such a state was because many people felt that he brought it upon himself. Snatching Gu Changa's secret treasure out of nowhere, wasn't this the same as hanging himself? Was he tired of living? This matter caused an uproar in the upper realm, and some people guessed that the demon realm might send someone. Because of this matter, Immortal Academy specially emptied an underground prison for Gu Changa, specifically to imprison Bai Kuan. However, Bai Kuan's cultivation had been sealed by Gu Changa, so he wasn't worried that someone would take the huge risk to come to Immortal Academy to save him. After returning to Immortal Academy, Gu Changa contacted Empress Xiao in the demon realm while preparing his next plan. According to his investigation, Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion rose 6,000 years ago, which was also when the demon realm was in chaos. Among the demon realm's 6 emperors, other than Demon Emperor Yue, the other 5 were missing. Bai Kuan was a demon master under Xianyang Demon Emperor, and the two were close friends. With this layer of relationship, it was easy for Gu Chang'e to deduce that the person behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion had also left the demon realm back then. Bai Kuan only had one wife in his life. Because he spied on the heavenly secrets back then, he was cursed, causing his wife to die early. In addition, Bai Kuan had a daughter named Bai Lian who also disappeared 6,000 years ago. Gu Chang'e flipped through the information he found and fell into deep thought. Yin Mei didn't disappoint him. Among the many pieces of information, there was a very crucial piece. Because Bai Lian mother died early, she thought that her father killed her mother. So her relationship with her father was like fire and water. It seems that one of the 2 people who escaped from Bi's ancient city that day was Bai Lian. I just don't know if she's the mysterious owner behind Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. I have to find a chance to meet her. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. At that time, she took his palm in a hurry, so her strength was at least above quasi-supreme. What he wasn't sure now was whether Bai Lian would save her father. After all, according to the information, Bai Lian and her father, Bai Kuan, were like fire and water. Gu Chang'e planned to find an opportunity to test Bai Kuan's intentions. During this time, the disciples of Perfected Immortal Academy had all gone to the Great Void Divine Tomb to train, so it was quite quiet. From time to time, Yu Mingkong would send him some news about the opportunities in the Great Void Divine Tomb. In addition to Perfected Immortal Academy, the other orthodoxies and sects also sent their young heavens prides. For example, the Hidden Ji family, the Hidden Wang family, and some more mysterious clans were gradually showing their traces. Since the creation of the Upper Realm, there were many Khanate clans, but until now, there were very few traces of them. It didn't mean that those clans disappeared, but they hid in some small worlds and didn't contact the outside world. The power of these clans couldn't be underestimated. They had a long history and even spanned countless eras. For example, the Great Void Divine Clan was such a clan. The divine spirit of Great Void flowing in their blood was a mysterious power comparable to the light of flying immortals. With this power, they would have unparalleled fighting power. It was hard to find an opponent in the same state. The appearance of the Great Void Divine Tomb not only alerted the other clans, but also the mysterious princess of the Great Void Divine Clan. Moreover, what Gu Chang'e found most interesting was that, according to the report of the demonic technique puppet, Jiang Chen was among them. Not only was the princess of the Great Void Divine Clan with him, but there was also a mysterious monk. He was indeed the son of luck. He would show up wherever there was an opportunity. Gu Chang'e didn't plan to go to the Great Void Divine Tomb, but since the son of luck had shown up, there must be something good. In this way, he had to go. He could send someone to investigate Bai Lian whereabouts and wait for Empress Shi Yao's reply. He had to think about Jun Bufan, the son of the evil spirit, when he went to the realm of monsters. Everything he had done so far was just part of his plan. If Bai Lian is the owner of the Spring Breeze Azure Jade building, she will definitely meet Jun Bufan, the son of the evil spirit. 6,000 years ago, when Bai Lian was still in the realm of monsters, she should have known Jun Bufan. If this goes on, she might be the female lead. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e went to the dungeon, just in case. Bai Kuan's practice was sealed, and he was thrown here. Although he was blind and disabled, he sensed Gu Chang'e's arrival immediately. Gu Chang'e, what are you doing here? Like I said, you can kill me or torture me. I won't even frown. Bai Kuan raised his head stubbornly. His hollow eyes stared at Gu Chang'e. It was very scary. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be frightened by this appearance. However, Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change from beginning to end. He casually sat down on the stone next to the dungeon and shook the dust on it with his robe. The environment here seems to be a bit gloomy. It seems lonely to be alone, but I think Senior shouldn't be able to feel it. He muttered to himself. Seeing Baikuin's expression change, Gu Changa continued with a smile. Of course, if Senior feels lonely, I can help you find a companion. Baikuin frowned and asked, What do you mean? I just feel that this place is too gloomy. You can't see the sun all day long. If Senior stays here alone, you will feel lonely. Junior feels a little apologetic, so after thinking about it, I feel that I should do something for Senior. Gu Changa smiled faintly. Her tone was light and breezy. However, Baikuin felt a terrifying cold air rushing up from his tailbone. An ominous premonition hit his heart. Gu Changa was definitely the most terrifying person he had ever seen. There was no comparison. Even Empress Shi Yao, whom he had predicted would betray him back then, was far inferior. What do you mean? Baikuin asked with his scalp tingling. He found that from the moment Gu Changa entered the dungeon, he was controlling his emotions, making himself anxious, and even giving birth to an ominous premonition. Your daughter is here to save you, Gu Changa said with a smile. What? When Baikuin heard this, his head buzzed. It was as if he was hit by a huge bell. He couldn't believe his ears. Didn't he tell her, and Bai Hua, not to care about him and not to avenge him? Why didn't she listen and come to save him? No, you are lying to me. My daughter won't come to save me. I haven't seen her for 6,000 years. But Baikuin was also a person who had been through a lot. He quickly calmed down and felt that Gu Changa was lying to him. He just wanted to trick him. Is that so? Senior, your memory is really bad. Why don't I remind you? Weren't the two people who escaped from Bi's ancient city your disciple and daughter, Bailian? Who would have thought that she would become the owner of Spring Breeze Jasper Building? Don't you think that the things in this world are quite coincidental? Gu Changa said with a smile. His tone didn't change much, but Baikuin's forehead was gradually covered in cold sweat. What did you do to my daughter? He couldn't help but ask. Gu Changa smiled. I didn't do anything to her. I was just wondering if Senior should let you and your daughter reunite. This dungeon isn't very big, but it should be able to accommodate 2 people. Gu Changa, what do you want to ask? I already told you, don't hurt my daughter. She has nothing to do with this matter. It was I who dragged her into this. Baikuin finally realized Gu Changa's purpose at this moment. He couldn't help but say with a sorrowful expression, his daughter, Bai Lian was definitely his weakness. Before this, he wasn't worried that Gu Changa would search his memory. This was because his soul was sealed with restrictions. Once they were triggered, both him and his soul would be destroyed. Gu Changa naturally wouldn't get anything. Chapter 379. In the dark and damp dungeon, Baikuin stood in place with a sorrowful expression. The only hand that could move was bound by chains. He couldn't help but clench it tightly, but it still seemed extremely powerless. Now he was sure that Gu Changa already knew a lot about his daughter. Otherwise, why would he tell so many facts? As the mysterious owner of the Spring Breeze Jasper Building, Bailian had been very low-key all these years, almost never showing her traces in front of outsiders. But Gu Changa was so sure that his daughter was the owner behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Building. This could only mean that Gu Changa had already investigated a lot of information, and Baikuin knew his daughter's character. It was impossible for her to do what he said before. If she knew that he was not killed by Gu Changa, she would definitely try to save him. For Gu Changa, he only needed to use himself as bait and set up an inescapable net to let his daughter Bailian walk right into the trap. Baikuin had no doubt about Gu Changa's intentions. Gu Changa, what do you want to know? Soon, Baikuin calmed down and couldn't help but ask, if I know something, I will definitely tell you. Very good, I like smart people. If Senior cooperated with me earlier, maybe one day when I am in a good mood, I will let you go and let you reunite with your daughter. You don't even have to worry about being hunted down by the demon realm. For me, it's just a matter of a good mood. Gu Changa saw Bai Kuen's appearance and already knew that his heart had been shaken, so he couldn't help but say with a smile, "People with weaknesses in their hearts, although they were not afraid of death, as long as one grasped their weakness, it was naturally easy to deal with them." Hearing this, Bai Kuen's expression changed slightly. Although he knew that Gu Changa was probably just saying it casually, he still couldn't help but have a glimmer of hope in his heart. Even ants drag out a life, let alone people? Moreover, as Gu Changa said, he really only needed a word to make the demon realm give up on chasing him. In this way, he didn't need to live like a rat in the dark, running around and hiding. "Go ahead and ask," Bai Kuen said. The smile on Gu Changa's face disappeared. "Why did you let your daughter and apprentice escape to the demon realm? As far as I know, the demon realm is not friendly to them. This is not a wise decision." Bai Kuen's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Gu Changa to ask about the demon realm as soon as he arrived. This was related to the promise he made to the Xianyang demon emperor. Why would Gu Changa, an outsider, care about this? However, Bai Kuen didn't dare to hide anything from Gu Changa. He said in a low voice, "I asked them to send something to the demon realm. This is what I promised an old friend." Hearing this, Gu Changa's heart skipped a beat as he instantly thought of the Xianyang demon emperor. The old friend that Bai Kuen mentioned was naturally the Xianyang demon emperor. What was the gift? He continued to ask. Bai Kuen hesitated for a moment. Sensing that Gu Changa's expression seemed to have turned cold, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I don't know what it is, it's just a brocade pouch. I don't know what's in it." He didn't lie. The brocade pouch was personally given to him by the Xianyang demon emperor, who asked him to find the right time to give it to his son, Jun Bufan. Bai Kuen had never opened it. Now that he had offended Gu Changa and was in prison, he could not go anywhere, so he could only give this task to his disciple. "Did I ask you to give it to the son of the Xianyang demon emperor, Jun Bufan, who died 6,000 years ago?" Gu Changa smiled faintly and had no intention of continuing to listen. He shook off the dust on his robes, got up, and was ready to leave the dungeon. He had learned the news he wanted. It seemed that the Xianyang demon emperor had indeed set up a lot of contingencies for his son. Gu Changa once thought that the 6 great demon emperors that were born with the luck of the demon realm were only quasi-emperors. However, it seemed that he had underestimated the strength of these few great demon emperors. If they were only quasi-emperors, how could they have set things up until now? Therefore, this son of the demon emperor was actually a child of luck that combined the rebirth sect and the legacy sect. "What?" Bai Kuen's expression changed drastically and he blurted out, "How did you know about this?" Apart from the people of the demon realm, why would the other orthodoxies care about Jun Bufan? 6,000 years ago, the Xianyang demon emperor had set up a lot of contingencies and then disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a Tao Law Dharma body to inform him of this matter. Therefore, Bai Kuen had always guessed that Jun Bufan was only faking his death. However, where did Gu Changa find out about this matter, and why was he so sure? Huge waves surged in his heart, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Gu Changa didn't care about Bai Kuen's shock and had already left the dungeon. Soon, the place returned to silence. Bai Kuen was stunned, and until now he still hadn't reacted. Vaguely, he felt that he had been drawn into an invisible and terrifying vortex. This made him feel deeply guilty and annoyed. After leaving the dungeon, Gu Changa didn't plan to tell Empress Xiao about the news he had obtained. Previously, he was only interested in Jun Bufan, the child of luck. But now, after hearing this matter from Bai Kuen, he felt that the demon realm seemed to be hiding an incredible secret. The chaos of the demon realm 6,000 years ago didn't seem to be an accident. This secret interested him very much. Empress Xiao. Maybe she's just a chess piece that's being used. It seems that only by completely controlling her will I have a chance to make a move in this game of chess. Gu Changa looked at the cold tea and shook his head slightly. He was really not used to Ji Qingxian not being by his side. It seemed that he had to find a satisfactory maid. He already had a plan in his heart. He planned to make a trip to the demon realm after the matter of the divine tomb of Taichu was settled. Then he called a group of followers, and his figure tore through the void and left the immortal academy. Many elders noticed this scene. At first they were stunned, but then they couldn't help but smile. It seems that Gu Changa still plans to go to this trial. I'm afraid it's going to be lively. At the same time, countless miles away in the divine tomb of Taichu, there was a scene of chaos. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of divine rainbows tore through the sky, crossing mountains and rivers, rushing to this place. All kinds of golden ancient chariots rumbled through the sky, like a sun hanging high in the sky, dazzling and eye-catching. In the distance, there were white jade chariots as cold as the moon, majestic and heavy ancient demonic mountains, and magnificent pavilions and palaces suspended in the air, hidden in the clouds. These were all marked with the symbols of various orthodoxies, and there were many prodigies and cultivators standing on them. It was extremely lively and could be said to be a sea of people. The appearance of the divine tomb of Taichu shocked many orthodoxies and aristocratic families in the upper realm. They sent their powerhouses over, intending to get a share of the pie. Further away, many big shots could be seen rushing over, followed by many young people. These big shots were dazzling and blurry, as if they had a brilliant aura and were unbelievably powerful. A vast and majestic aura shrouded heaven and earth. Their strength and aura were terrifyingly different from the younger generation. Gray miasma rose between the mountains and rivers. There were some unknown ferocious beasts roaring in the miasma, shaking the ground within 1,000 miles. Some of the mountains that were flowing with crimson light cracked open, and then terrifying beasts that looked like fire cheilants rushed out from the cracks, flowing with saintly aura. When they opened their mouths, it was like lava falling from the sky, drowning thousands of miles. The scene here was shocking and terrifying. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. That was why many prodigies and cultivators huddled together and used all kinds of methods in their orthodoxies to resist the aura here. At the same time, they were wary of the beasts that rushed out from time to time, in case they lost their lives. Before that, a saint-level powerhouse had rushed into the depths of the forest. But everyone saw that the fire Chelan beast opened its mouth and spat, burning him to ashes, instantly destroying his body and soul. Although the great void divine tomb was called a tomb, it was more like a historical site. Further away, one could see the outline of a broken city, and some formation inscriptions were still shining brightly. I heard that the one who passed away in the great void divine tomb this time was an ancestor of the great void divine tribe. His cultivation had long surpassed the supremacy level, and he might have a deity position. The deity position is a supreme treasure. Once we obtain it, even if it is Gu Changa, we will be able to contend against him. In the mountains, a group of young prodigies from the imperishable sects gathered, led by the elders of their sects, and hurried toward the tomb. At that moment, the person who spoke had a burning desire in his eyes. The divine persona of the great void divine tribe was equivalent to a cultivator's Tao fruit. It contained supreme fortune, and could even allow one to become a saint, inheriting some of the original cultivation of the great void divine tribe ancestor. Even the sect leaders of the major sects would be tempted by such a thing, and they could not sit still. That was why, even though they knew that it belonged to the great void divine tribe, they still attracted many orthodoxies and cultivators. In front of such a good thing, even the great void divine tribe could not stop others from coming to fight for it. After all, this great void divine tomb was not within the great void divine tribe's territory. Legend has it that this used to be the dojo of the great void divine tribe ancestor. No one knows why he passed away and the dojo fell apart. However, there are many opportunities left behind. Even if we can't get the great void divine persona, we can still find a tablet inscription or a supreme treasure skill. It's also a supreme fortune. Hearing the discussions of the disciples, the leading elder spoke with a yearning and longing tone. He looked at the mountains, lakes in the distance, and his heart was burning with desire. Cultivators and prodigies, like them, could be seen everywhere in the great void divine tomb. Junior sister Ruin, be careful. The miasma here is very dangerous. If you come into contact with it, it might corrode your skin. Ancient trees and vines were like clouds, and a light gray fog shrouded heaven and earth. Several sage-like, lean old men in Taoist robes were leading a group of young cultivators through the mountains, quickly heading toward the divine tomb of Taichu. The one who spoke was a petite girl with beautiful features. There were many beautiful young women beside her, and a group of male disciples followed behind her. I know. I'll be careful, senior sister Songqin. A slender, beautiful woman with slender legs nodded and said. Her white dress fluttered gently in the wind, and she had an otherworldly aura. She was Xiao Ruoyin. Whether it was in the previous world or the current world, she was extremely beautiful. Perhaps it was because of her cultivation, but now her skin shone with a crystalline luster. It was snow-white and delicate like a fine jade. Even in the palace of heavenly Tao, she was worshipped by many young disciples and was secretly admired. Among the many disciples who came to the great void divine tomb, she was the most dazzling one, and many elders took good care of her. Of course, it was not because of her cultivation. Xiao Ruoyin knew this very well. Many people knew that she was able to enter the palace of heavenly Tao because of Gu Chang'e. As a foreigner, she naturally knew what the palace of heavenly Tao meant in this world. She had no power or background. If it were not for her relationship with Gu Chang'e, she would not even have the chance to get close to the palace of heavenly Tao. How could she be as valued as she was now? Songqin is right. You have to be careful here. With your current cultivation, you shouldn't be able to come here. But since you want to broaden your horizons, it's not wrong to come here and take a look. But remember, you must listen to us and don't act rashly. Otherwise, if something happens to you, we won't be able to explain it to young Master Chang'e. At this moment, upon hearing those words, one of the elders turned his head around and carefully instructed them. To be honest, they were helpless when Xiao Ruoyin insisted on coming here. Her cultivation was not very high, and this place was filled with dangers. It was very easy for her to run into danger. If something happened to Xiao Ruoyin, they did not dare to imagine the terrifying consequences. However, she was very curious and insisted on coming. She promised that she would listen to their orders and would not act rashly. The elders could not refuse. After all, Xiao Ruoyin was simply too beautiful, and she had been sent here by Gu Chang'e. It was inevitable that people would suspect that she had an intimate relationship with Gu Chang'e. Considering this relationship, the elders of the palace of heavenly Tao placed great importance on her. They did not dare to let anything happen to her, and they even sent a few more elders over. Don't worry, elders. Ruoyin will definitely listen to you and won't act rashly. Xiao Ruoyin nodded and agreed. She was not stupid and knew that she was able to receive such enviable treatment because of Gu Chang'e. Therefore, she was very hard-working in her cultivation and did not want to embarrass Gu Chang'e. This time, she came to the great void divine tomb because she was very curious about this kind of experience and wanted to use this opportunity to hone her knowledge. Elders, don't worry. Junior sister Ruoyin is very safe with me. I will protect her. Besides Xiao Ruoyin, there was a petite woman. At this moment, she could not help but smile, revealing her delicate white teeth. Her name was Songqin, and she was quite famous in the palace of heavenly Tao. Her cultivation was very strong. However, Xiao Ruoyin knew that Songqin was so good to her because she wanted her to put in a good word for her in front of Gu Chang'e. Today, Xiao Ruoyin finally understood what Gu Chang'e's name meant in the vast upper domain. How lucky was she to have met such a benefactor? All of a sudden, Xiao Ruoyin froze. She was shocked when she saw two figures in the mountains not far away. It was a monk in a shabby robe, holding a bowl in his hand. He looked quite strange. Beside the monk stood a young man. Judging from his figure, Xiao Ruoyin felt that he was very familiar. He looked like an old friend of hers. However, his face was different, and he looked a bit old and strange. "What's wrong, junior sister Ruoyin? What are you looking at?" Song Qin could not help but look in the same direction as Xiao Ruoyin. She happened to see the monk and the young man. She frowned in confusion. She did not understand. "Jiang Chen, why does he look so much like him? I wonder how Niu Tian, Jiang Chen, and the others are doing." Xiao Ruoyin shook her head slightly. The young man was wearing shabby clothes, and his face was covered in dust, as if he had just crawled out of the ground. Although he looked like Jiang Chen in terms of body shape, he wasn't Jiang Chen. That was right. Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, and the others had no talent for practicing. How could they be here? Right now, it was very likely that they were living their own lives in some mortal country. Xiao Ruoyin stopped looking. She went into the depths of the mountain with those from the palace of Heavenly Immortal. She put this matter aside quickly. She did not care too much about it. "Benefactor Jiang, what are you looking at? Why do you look like that? That benefactor is pretty, but she's obviously not from the same world as you. I advise you to stop thinking about her." Seeing Xiao Ruoyin and the others leaving, the monk not far away seemed to have noticed something as well. He could not help but ask with interest. Jiang Chen loosened his clenched fist slowly, but he felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he had been suffocating. Shaking his head slightly, he said, "Master Pudu, why are you meddling in other people's business?" The monk's name was Pudu. Jiang Chen had become familiar with him in the past few days. Jiang Chen had not expected to see Xiao Ruoyin here again, and in such a way. She was even prettier than before, and her cultivation was very strong, too. She was even stronger than Jiang Chen, who had mastered the myriad transformations demonic technique. He felt relieved. It looked like Xiao Ruoyin was safe for the moment. She was living a good life. She had not been killed by Gu Changa. Jiang Chen had wanted to go up to her and tell her who Gu Changa was. He wanted to show her who he really was. However, his rationality made him restrain himself as he silently watched Xiao Ruoyin leave. If I were to acknowledge her now, not only would it harm me, it would harm her as well. The elders of her sect would definitely try to kill me at the first moment. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He had calmed down. Noticing this, Monk Pudu's smile became somewhat thought-provoking. "Benefactor Jiang, could it be that you know that fairy from earlier? You should know that those people from earlier were from the Tao Heaven Immortal Palace." "Benefactor Jiang, I'm afraid the fairy you know is not simple," he could not help but say with a smile. Jiang Chen glanced at him. Shaking his head, he said, "It's the same whether it's simple or not. Before that, I think we should help Jiang Luoshan find the real grave of her ancestor first. Otherwise, both of us will die." Chapter 380. Pudu's expression changed a little when he heard that. He looked a little uneasy. The Jiang Luoshan Jiang Chen was talking about was certainly the princess of the divine void race. When he had gone to see her with Jiang Chen that day, he had promised that he would be able to find the grave of the ancestor of the divine void race. Jiang Luoshan trusted Monk Pudu, too. She had agreed to the two's request. She had also promised to reward them handsomely. Then they had come here first. With the help of the spirit of the vessel of creation, Jiang Chen had found a way out quickly. He had cracked many restraints and tactical patterns. Many strong men of the divine void race looked at him in a new light. They thought he was quite capable. However, when they had thought they would find the grave of the ancestor of the divine void race, an accident had happened. The dreadful restraints broke out immediately. It was like the end of the world. Many strong men of the divine void race did not manage to escape in time. They were killed immediately, both physically and spiritually. Even the princess of the divine void race, Jiang Luoshan, had been seriously injured. She was furious. Monk Pudu had saved Jiang Chen's life. He had taken him out of the grave. Not until then did he realize they had found the wrong place. In the divine tomb of creation, real and fake tombs were mixed together. It was difficult to tell the real from the fake. However, they had been unlucky. They had found a fake grave that looked like the real one. As for that fake tomb, it contained many dangers, and its killing power was astonishing. The princess of the divine void race had planned to kill them to appease her anger. However, Monk Pudu had begged her to let them go. She had finally calmed down. She had agreed to give them another chance. If she had messed up this time, both Jiang Chen and Monk Pudu would have been killed. The divine void race was undoubtedly powerful. Many orthodoxies were afraid of them. Benefactor Jiang, whether or not we can survive this time will depend on you. Don't let me down. Monk Pudu had a headache. He did not have the nerve to fool or offend the divine void race. If he had known this would be so troublesome, he would not have agreed to do it. Jiang Chen nodded. He was communicating with the spirit of the vessel of creation in his mind. While Jiang Chen and Monk Pudu were talking, a golden cloud rolled over from the sky. Many creatures appeared. There was a several zhang tall giant whose arms were covered in scales. There were also dazzling creatures with powerful qi and blood that were like giant snakes. Below their abdomens were the embryonic forms of legs. This group of terrifying creatures came with the golden clouds behind them. Above the golden clouds stood a few dozen humanoid creatures whose bodies shone with golden light. Even their hair was golden. There were old and young men and women. Their appearance was similar to that of the human race. Their facial features were handsome and their strength was monstrous. However, they had a pair of golden wings on their backs. There were 4 beautiful female creatures. They held divine weapons in their hands. Their expressions were cold as they stood there like golden armored guards. Behind him was a cloud-like curtain. A graceful figure was sitting there. Her face couldn't be seen clearly, but she exuded an innate sense of nobility. Just from this vague outline, one could tell that this woman was definitely a peerless beauty. It was none other than the great void divine tribe and Princess Jiang Luoshan. Greetings, Princess Luoshan. Jiang Chen and Monk Pudu's expressions changed. They hurried to greet her. Have you found anything? Jiang Luoshan's voice came from behind the curtain. She sounded calm, but her innate sense of superiority was in her voice. Looking at the two, she was looking at them with disdain and indifference. Not yet, but I think as long as we go deeper into the graveyard, we'll find other clues. Monk Pudu answered with a smile. As for Jiang Chen, he was standing there obediently with his head lowered. He didn't dare raise his head to take a look at her. When he followed Monk Pudu to visit Jiang Luoshan in the mansion, he was hurt by a cold snort from the maidservant beside him because he raised his head a little too much. As a result, although he was furious, he had to hold it in. Before such a strong person, he was only a tool to find the way. I hope you won't disappoint me this time. Otherwise, you won't be so lucky this time. Jiang Luoshan said calmly. Her look was very cold. Monk Pudu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then the great void divine tribe, Jiang Chen, Monk Pudu, and the others set off again. They went deeper into the graveyard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, divine rainbows shot out one after another. More and more cultivators and orthodoxies arrived. Many people's expressions changed slightly when they saw the great void god tribe members. However, they quickly returned to their usual nonchalance and continued to venture deeper. Many imperishable orthodoxies and everlasting families also joined in. For example, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Buddha Mountain, Human Ancestors Hall, Longevity Gu Clan, Longevity Wang Clan, Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, Primordial Lake, and other slightly weaker forces naturally wanted a share of the pie. Although they couldn't eat meat, drinking some soup was definitely not a problem. Seeing this, the great void divine tribe members' faces darkened. Above the golden clouds, there was a 16 or 17-year-old youth with a pair of golden wings and a head of disheveled golden hair. His expression was very arrogant. However, the current situation did not sit well with him. He could not help but snort coldly. This tomb originally belonged to our great void god tribe. Now, all the orthodoxies and cultivators are trying to get their hands on it. They really don't respect us. Sister Huang, I think we should teach them a lesson. The youth's name was Jiang Ming. He was Jiang Luoshan's younger brother. Of course, he was not her biological brother. Jiang Ming was the son of one of the royal uncles of the great void god tribe. He was usually on good terms with Jiang Luoshan. Jiang Luoshan frowned when she heard this. Her expression turned even colder. How dare they try to get their hands on the tomb of our ancestor? They will regret it later. Princess, the orthodoxies involved this time should not be underestimated. We need to be more careful. Beside Jiang Luoshan, a golden-haired old woman with an unfathomable cultivation base spoke. Her tone was persuasive. Jiang Luoshan nodded. Her gaze was still cold. I know. However, we still need to be taught a lesson. You can't blame us for this. At this moment, a brilliance suddenly shot into the sky from the depths of the tomb. The 5-colored divine light lingered, accompanied by Tao sounds that reverberated in all directions. Everyone was shocked. The divine light shot into the sky and cracked the firmament. Brilliant divine light gushed out. The ground cracked. Endless brilliance emerged. Vaguely, the crowd saw a crystal palace flickering with brilliance. It was floating there, as if it was made of 7-colored celestial jade. Celestial sounds were echoing. The place was in an uproar immediately. All of the cultivators and living beings seemed to have gone mad as they hurried to that place. In addition, all kinds of divine weapons were gushing out of the cracks. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents, bells, cauldrons, pagoda seals. It was too much for the eyes to take in. This energy, I can't be wrong. It must be the tomb of our ancestor. The expressions of the great void god tribe changed. They had detected the fluctuation and energy there, but they had no time to react. They hurried there. Jiang Qin frowned. He communicated with the artifact spirit of the celestial boat of fortune in his mind. He felt the fluctuation was not right. It was a little dangerous. However, before he could say anything, he was grabbed by Monk Pudu, who turned into a divine rainbow and rushed forward, afraid that he would be left behind by even half a step. This must be the tomb of the great void god tribe's ancestor. I can't be wrong this time. We're rich. Monk Pudu's eyes were emitting a wolf-like green light at the moment. Jiang Chun was speechless, but he did not say anything. At this moment, many experts and living beings had rushed over from the vicinity of the cracked land. The ancient chariot in the air descended. The demon mountain was floating. The immortal carriage was landing. Many sect leaders and lords showed up. They were gazing at the crack eagerly. Behind them were many young geniuses. Boom! An ancient crystal palace could be seen floating in the cracks. It gave off a dreadful energy. 7-colored divine lights were swirling around it. It was extraordinary. Many divine weapons with various divine texts around them flew out of the cracks. They fell from the sky like rain. Many practitioners were scrambling for them like crazy. They felt these weapons were extraordinary. There were even quasi-sacred weapons. The energy of the quasi-sacred state emitted by them turned many practitioners who were scrambling for them into a mist of blood. Both their bodies and spirits were destroyed. Even so, many practitioners did not care at all. They looked like they had gone crazy. This is definitely the tomb of the great void god tribe's ancestor. He was buried here after he passed away. Now we have triggered the general trend here. That's why it cracked. A sect master's eyes shone with divine light as he carefully observed the situation in the palace. Then he gasped and said, excitedly, that's right. His cultivation had achieved the peak of the great saint state. He was only one step away from the quasi-supreme, venerable state. Many people were shocked when he said that. Although they had guessed it, it was another thing to have it confirmed. Many people were even more excited. After all, this was the tomb of the great void god tribe's ancestor. That was someone who had surpassed the supreme, venerable. He might even have achieved the doctrine. It was hard to imagine how many funerary objects there would be in the tomb where such an existence was buried. The scattered weapons in front of him were the best evidence. An old man with a hunched back showed up in the mountains. He was holding a compass in his hand. He looked at the palace carefully and said with some fear, "Although that existence is buried here, this place is extremely dangerous. There are many array patterns hidden in the palace. Once touched, even a saint state expert would not be able to escape." As soon as he said that, it caused a huge commotion. Many young heaven's prides were shocked. They took a few steps back. They were very afraid. The opportunity here did not belong to them anymore. These sect leaders could easily destroy heaven and earth when they fought. Just the aftermath alone was enough to kill them countless times. This time, the Longevity Gu clan had also sent many powerful practitioners. At this moment, they were whispering to each other. They wanted to get a share of the loot. The younger generation of the Gu clan also sent young heaven's prides. They were shrouded in various colors of light. Their chi and blood were shocking. Their eyes were confident and calm. Many heaven's prides noticed them. Their expressions were unnatural and fearful. Just as everyone was staring at the crack in the ground with different expressions on their faces, a voice suddenly rang out. A loud voice came from the sky. Golden clouds rolled. The people of the great void god tribe had arrived. This is the resting place of our great void god tribe's ancestor. Please do not disturb him. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. A few of them glanced around coldly and spoke first. At the same time, an unparalleled power erupted. The overwhelming golden chi and blood shattered the sky and cracked the ground. Many of the weaker cultivators found it difficult to withstand the aura. Their faces turned pale as their blood surged, and they almost collapsed to the ground. Jiang Luoshin, Jiang Ming, and the others looked around coldly. They looked like they were going to face everyone directly. However, the strong practitioners of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Buddha Mountain, Human Ancestor Palace, Longevity Wang Family, Heavenly Tao Palace, Ancient Yi Clan, Primeval Lake, and other Orthodox families did not care. They were still staring at the ancient palace in front of them. They were waiting for any unusual movement so that they could barge in. Jiang Luoshin and the others did not look good. They were extremely cold. What a terrifying aura! Jiang Chen, who had just arrived, was also shocked by what he was seeing. When had he ever seen so many experts? Each and every one of them could easily crush him into pieces. However, he also saw Xiao Ruoyin here again. She was being protected by the strong practitioners of the Heavenly Tao Palace. She did not notice him. This was left by our great void god tribe's ancestor. Are you going to fight for it? At this moment, a strong practitioner of the great void god tribe stepped forward and asked indifferently. A terrifying pressure of the supreme saint realm swept over. Many young geniuses turned pale. They could not even breathe. At the same time, an object appeared in his hand. It was a golden token. There were ancient divine texts on it. It was very bright. A vast and majestic aura appeared on the token. Vaguely, the formation patterns around the mausoleum started to converge. They kept intertwining like a star map. This was left by our great void god tribe's ancestor. It can mobilize the formation patterns of heaven and earth here. A leader of a great sect turned pale. He recognized this object. He was a little scared. Since ancient times, treasures have always belonged to the virtuous. Although this is the place where your great void god tribe's ancestor passed away, why haven't you come here for so many years? Why didn't you come until this place appeared recently. Begging for flowers, in my opinion, these things are ownerless. You can get them with your own abilities. Otherwise, why would the great void god tribe's ancestor choose to pass away here? An old man said with a smile. He was from the heavenly Emperor Mountain. His seniority was very old. His cultivation was even more unfathomable. Many people agreed with him immediately. After all, this was not the great void god tribe's territory. Opportunities depended on one's own abilities. If the great void god tribe wanted to take everything for themselves, they would have to ask for the other orthodoxies' permission. This was left by our ancestor. You barged in and disturbed our ancestor's peace in heaven. Now you want to take what he left behind. You are acting like bandits. When Jiang Luotian heard this, she spoke as well. Her voice was very pleasant. It was like ice falling on a jade plate, but it was very cold. The group of sky prides from Perfected Immortal Academy was led by 6 Crown King Junyao. They were also on a mountain not far away. Upon hearing this, someone sneered. Ridiculous. Does the great void divine tribe intend to take on all the orthodoxies on their own? Yu Minkong, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha, Jiang Chuchu, and the others were there. However, they did not go forward. The real tomb is not this one. It is deep underground. That's where the godhead of that existence is. Yu Minkong pondered for a moment. She did not say anything. She wanted to wait for the right time to enter the tomb. After all, they were the younger generation. This time, the appearance of the great void divine tomb shocked the older generation and the sect leaders. Even with their status, it was difficult for them to say anything. They could only watch from afar. Don't! However, at this moment there was a terrifying tremor. A beam of light suddenly appeared in the crack in front of them. The crystal-clear palace seemed to have been touched. The chaotic fog shrouding it dissipated. Many formation patterns disappeared as well. It started to fall slowly to the ground. All the big shots in front of them turned pale. They felt the energy in the ancient palace had weakened a lot. It was much safer than before. Many people turned into holy rainbows and dashed into the palace without hesitation. They did not want to discuss anything with the great void god tribe. Jiang Luotian turned pale. When she was about to dash in, Jiang Chen sensed something was wrong. He hurried to shout, "Princess Luotian, wait." Jiang Luotian frowned. She was unhappy. However, at the thought of the mysterious techniques Jiang Chen had shown, she snorted and stopped. "If the ancestor's relic is taken away, I won't let you go." She threw Jiang Chen a cold glance. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. "Princess Luotian, I just felt something was wrong. If you dash in recklessly, you might get hurt." Jiang Luotian glanced at him calmly. She did not say anything. However, she did believe Jiang Chen a little bit. At this moment, although many big shots had barged into the ancient palace, many people still chose to wait and see from outside. The orthodoxies of the Longevity Gu family, the Longevity Wang family, the Ancient Yi family, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, and so on did not act rashly. Gazing at the ancient palace, a strange light flashed in their eyes. Dong! All of a sudden, an even more violent noise came from the crack in front of them. It sounded like a dreadful river was flowing in it. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, rays of light shot out of the crack and filled the sky. Colorful lights illuminated the sky. Many divine weapons, sacred herbs, jade jars, like a volcano erupting, they flew out of the crack. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Then they started to fight for them. Even those of the older generation, who had maintained their composure earlier, had their eyes reddened. They could feel the preciousness of the things contained within the brilliance. How could they let go of such an opportunity? Not to mention the younger generation. Even the geniuses of the true Immortal Academy started to fight for those good things, like divine rainbows. Little Chinzi, did you see that lavender steel? It's definitely a good thing. Go and get it before anyone notices it. In Jiang Chen's mind, the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune kept urging him. It was very excited and anxious. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He saw the lavender steel right away. As expected, no one was fighting for it because it looked so ordinary. It was flying out of the crack, about to fall somewhere. His figure moved and hurriedly chased in that direction. Fortunately, there were too many lights in the sky. No one was watching him closely. Did this guy see something good? The arrogant youngster from the great void divine race was among those fighting for those treasures, too. However, he noticed Jiang Chen. His look was not good. Jiang Ming, what are you going to do to him? Jiang Luoshan noticed his look. She could not help but ask him calmly. Jiang Ming smiled embarrassedly. Elder sister, that guy must have seen something good. Jiang Luoshan frowned. She did not speak. What on earth is this lavender inscription? Jiang Chen asked the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune in his mind, but he did not stop. He kept chasing after it. I don't know. Good things should be hidden in that inscription. Those outside are just disguises, said the spirit of the celestial boat of fortune. Jiang Chen's look became more passionate. Gazing at the inscription, he saw it fall from the sky and fall in a certain direction. His figure quickly descended from the sky, but his excited expression quickly froze on his face, and his movements also became sluggish. A pair of small hands as white as jade bent down and picked up the light purple inscription. She was a breathtakingly beautiful girl. She was wearing a flowy dress with wide sleeves. Her hair was as smooth as the clouds. Her facial features were elegant and exquisite without the slightest flaw. Her skin was white and delicate like the most flawless jade. She looked cold. She had a fairy air about her, as if she could become a fairy at any time and go to the legendary vast cold palace. What are you going to do? The girl glanced at him calmly. Although her voice was cold and pleasant, it was also cold. The big red bird on his shoulder also looked at him with an unfriendly expression. Chapter 381. Jiang Chen didn't know why, but in front of this stunningly beautiful girl, he always felt intimidated. Although he looked indifferent, Jiang Chen was sensitive enough to detect a strong killing intent. However, at that moment, he could only force himself to smile awkwardly. This light, purple inscription! As he spoke, he pointed at the broken inscription in Gu Xian-er's hand. His intention was self-evident. Is this yours? Gu Xian-er asked calmly. Her voice was cold. She looked down at the inscription in her hand carefully. Although it was very incomplete and ancient, it seemed to contain a strange energy, and it emitted a mysterious fluctuation. And there were some broken, ancient, divine inscriptions on it. It seemed quite mysterious. She hadn't expected the inscription in front of her to be so extraordinary. Jiang Chen was speechless. He shook his head. There were many opportunities here, but none of them belonged to anyone, although he had noticed them first and chased after them all the way here. Now they were in the girl's hand. He couldn't ask for them. Moreover, he could sense that the girl's cultivation was unfathomable. She wasn't a match for him. If one were to accidentally provoke her, they might even incur the calamity of death. I saw a light dash over there. I thought it was something good, so I chased after it. I didn't expect it to be just a broken inscription. So, after thinking, Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly. He sounded regretful. He hoped the girl had picked it up out of curiosity and didn't know what it was. In this way, if the girl casually threw it away, he could naturally pick it back up. Yeah, I don't think this inscription is simple. Gu Xian-er glanced at Jiang Chen calmly. She seemed to have seen through him. Big Red, what do you think about this? She waved the inscription in front of the big red bird on her shoulder and asked. The big red bird hurried to nod. A human-like surprise appeared in its eyes. Then it threw Jiang Chen an even more unfriendly look. It had already sensed that this weak man in front of it seemed to want to snatch the good things in their hands. Seeing this, Gu Xian-er snorted. A trace of mockery appeared on her beautiful face. You still want to lie to me? Do you really think that I don't know what's good for me? Jiang Chen's heart sank when he heard this. He had a bad feeling. He seemed to have underestimated the ability of this young girl in front of him. Jiang Chen was thinking quickly. He was just about to find an excuse to explain himself. Jiang Qian, run. This little girl wants to kill you. Maybe she wants to rob you. The voice of the vessel's artifact spirit echoed in his mind all of a sudden. It was filled with anxiety. What? Jiang Chen turned pale when he heard this. He didn't have time to react, so he started to run involuntarily. At the same time, he took out a broken magic tool from his sleeve. It turned into a divine light and tried to stop Gu Xian. You want to steal my things, and now you actually dare to attack me? You really have guts. Gu Xian was considering whether to attack. She was struck dumb when she suddenly saw a divine light dashing toward her. She had never expected that this weak man in front of her would have the nerve to attack her. Immediately, the expression on his small face was filled with anger and murderous intent, as if he had been belittled. Buzz! The air was vibrating. She took out a sparkling and translucent jade sword from her sleeve. The rules were intertwined on it. It was extremely sharp. It tore through the air and dashed toward Jiang Chen, who was running away. Even though Jiang Chen had escaped first, he was still far from being a match for Gu Xian. Almost in an instant, the jade sword behind him flew over. It was extremely powerful. A dreadful cold air swept over him. It was going to kill him in the air. Jiang Chen turned pale immediately. He was scared out of his wits. The fear of death shrouded him. Why is she so strong? He couldn't help but feel desperate. At the crucial moment, boom! A golden spear swept over from the air. It was as high as 30,000 feet. It blocked the sword attack for him with great power. What a good-for-nothing. How could you let others take away such a good thing when you already had it? The blonde youngster of the great void divine race landed from the air. His eyes were golden, and even his hair seemed to be shining. He looked arrogant, and he glanced at Jiang Chen coldly. Not until then did he look toward Gu Xian, who was dashing toward him from behind. Jiang Chen had almost died. He was soaked in cold sweat. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. He hadn't expected this fairy-like girl to be so ruthless. She had intended to kill him directly. If Jiang Ming had arrived a little later, he would have died a horrible death. He didn't take Jiang Ming's sarcastic remark seriously at all. Instead, he felt a little scared and cold. Looking at Gu Xian, who was cold and aggressive, he calmed down a lot. He certainly knew how powerful the great void divine race was. If this mysterious girl knew what was good for her, she certainly wouldn't have the nerve to continue attacking him. You're the one who took this guy's treasure? Jiang Ming carefully sized up Gu Xian, and a trace of amazement flashed across his eyes. Even though the great void divine race was full of handsome men and beautiful women, it was the first time he had seen such a beautiful girl at such a young age. However, his words were still arrogant, cold, and lofty. Gu Xian came up from behind. Her dress was fluttering. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Her face was as cold as ice. She only glanced at him without saying anything. The blonde youngster was very strong. In her opinion, he had already achieved the half-saint state. He was only one step away from the saint state, but she still didn't care. If he dared to stop her, she wouldn't mind killing him right here. Seeing Gu Xian, ignore him, Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He was the favored, one of the great void divine race. His royal sister was Jiang Luotian. He was super strong and had a terrifying background. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? If you know what's good for you, hand over the treasure and I can spare your life. Otherwise, no one can save you today. Jiang Ming said coldly. The golden spear in his hand was flashing with dazzling golden runes. It was terrifying and shocking. In his opinion, Gu Xian was alone. even in such a dangerous tomb. She didn't have any companions. Obviously, her status and background couldn't be very high. You're really arrogant. You don't know what's good for you. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er frowned. She felt that this blonde youngster was very arrogant. Especially the way he looked at her made her very uncomfortable. But since he was going to die, she couldn't blame him. She immediately attacked. She was powerful and terrifying. A terrifying aura emerged from her body. Her jade-white fist was small and beautiful, but it seemed to be made of celestial jade. It flew over and smashed toward Jiangming. With a bang, it caused the void to explode. Dazzling light exploded and terrifying waves swept in all directions. The mountains collapsed and the ancient trees turned into ashes. Instantly, many cultivators who were fighting for the treasure were shocked. They all looked over in shock. How dare you attack me? You're courting death. Jiangming didn't expect Gu Xian to attack him without saying anything. She was very direct. He was instantly enraged. A terrifying, murderous aura appeared on his face. Boom! He attacked. Golden divine light pervaded and intertwined around his body. It turned into a terrifying golden dharma power that stood between the sky and the earth. Then, he swept his spear with a powerful force. The golden light on it surged and directly attacked Gu Xian'er. Dong! Gu Xian'er's expression didn't change. She was still as cold as ice. She directly waved her jade-like fist and collided with his spear. Although she looked very thin and slender, her strength was incomparably terrifying. Her qi and blood were shocking. Even the top of her head spurted out a long dragon of qi and blood that pierced through the sky. In the distance, many cultivators' expressions changed when they felt the aura of battle. Their divine souls trembled. Even the patriarchs of the great sects frowned as they glanced over. Boom! There was a huge explosion. The ground cracked and the universe turned. Endless rules and runes intertwined and finally gathered together. In the next moment, a figure flew out. Her hair was disheveled and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. You're so weak. You've disappointed me. Gu Xian'er walked over and said lightly. Her dress fluttered in the wind. She was as beautiful as a fairy from the 9 heavens. She was otherworldly and otherworldly. However, the techniques and strength she displayed shocked many cultivators nearby. Impossible! Jiangming's expression changed drastically. He kept retreating and was at a disadvantage after one attack. At this moment, he felt a numbness in his arm. It was unbelievable. His opponent used her flesh and blood to collide with his weapon. Instead, it was his weapon that made a cracking sound as if it was about to break. What kind of terrifying physical strength was this? At this thought, his heart was filled with disbelief and unwillingness. The other party clearly didn't look as old as him. I don't believe that I can't beat her. He could not help but grit his teeth and continued to attack. Among his peers in the great Void Divine tribe, he was one of the best. How could a random girl he met in the tomb have such strength? A terrifying golden divine flame appeared on Jiangming's body. At this moment, he was like a golden god descending to earth. A terrifying divine power that could burn thousands of miles away. Even the void became blurry, as if it was going to melt under such high temperature. This was a talent that belonged to the great Void Divine tribe. The divine flame of void. Even among the many divine flames in the upper world, it was one of the most powerful. Now, let's see how you're going to fight me. Jiangming displayed his powerful techniques. He held a long spear and slashed it down. The void exploded like a star. The light was dazzling. He attacked Gu Xian'er again. At the same time, the golden light in his eyes shone everywhere. The divine flame of void turned into a golden divine dragon. It fell from the sky and burned everything. All the practitioners nearby were terrified. Both of them are so strong. The aftermath of their attacks could kill me many times over. Jiang Qin was shocked. He kept running away, afraid that he would be involved in this fight. However, facing Jiang Ming's strong attack, Gu Xian did not show any change of expression. She raised her hand. Thousands of sword energies appeared, like the blooming of the world's flowers. Pop, 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 pop. Each petal was crystal clear. There was a piercing, killing intent in them. They intertwined in the void, which could easily tear the void apart. This was a powerful theurgy of the doctrine of sword. It was beautiful, but it also contained a shocking, killing intent. Boom! Monstrous fluctuations came from this place. Mountains collapsed. Ancient trees were broken. All of the cultivators and living beings who were fighting over the treasures fled in all directions in horror, avoiding the center of the battle. Many young geniuses were also shocked by this scene. However, where they were fighting, the light was too dazzling. Many people could not see what was happening there, even though they were watching carefully. However, many leaders of large sects were watching with interest. They had obviously noticed the golden divine flame. It was the divine flame of void of the great void. It meant one of the two people fighting must be a genius of the great void divine clan. The young geniuses of the Academy of True Immortals also looked over. They all had different expressions. A genius of the great void divine clan. His strength is amazing. I wonder who his opponent is, a disciple of the perspective sequence said. He was gazing in that direction with his burning eyes. This energy, is it Xian? Yu Mingkong raised her eyebrows slightly. She had perceived the subtle fluctuations in the air. She looked over. She was not worried about Gu Xianer at all. What is Jiang Ming doing? I asked him to protect Jiang Qin. Why is he fighting with someone else? Jiang Luoshan was watching the changes in the ancient palace closely. She could not help but frown when she had noticed the fluctuations of the fight in the distance. Her cold face showed a trace of coldness. However, most of her attention was on the ancient palace and the crack where the light was gushing out. She was not worried about Jiang Ming's strength. She was not worried that he would get hurt. However, at this moment, a shrill scream came. Many geniuses and practitioners who had been watching the fight there turned pale at the same time. The dazzling golden light disappeared. Jiang Ming was covering his arm. His face was full of resentment and disbelief. His theurgy had been cracked. Even his weapon had been smashed by the girl easily. It had been smashed into pieces. For him, this was something that he could not believe at all. It's impossible. Our cultivation levels are almost the same. How is it possible? His voice was shaking. His face was pale. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Jiang Ming was seriously injured. Half of his body had almost exploded. He was bleeding profusely. However, the girl in front of him was still as cold as ice. Her snow-like skin was stained with some blood, but it was obviously not hers. Nothing is impossible. You're just courting death. Gu Xian sounded calm. Her dress was fluttering. She dashed forward again. She threw her palm over. Jiang Ming coughed up blood. His body exploded again. She was going to kill him in the air. Who on earth is this mysterious girl? Even Jiang Ming is not a match for her. Jiang Qin opened his eyes wide in shock. He felt a chill down his spine. If Jiang Ming had not shown up suddenly and saved his life, he would have been killed by this mysterious girl. It's her! Monk Pudu's voice was tinged with shock. He had shown up next to Jiang Qin again. He also witnessed this dreadful fight. Who is it? Jiang Qin looked at him, puzzled. However, Monk Pudu was frowning. He did not answer his question. Instead, he glanced at Jiang Luoshan, whose face was as cold as ice. I'm afraid we've gotten ourselves into some serious trouble. He sighed. She is the rival of that genius from the great void divine race. I'm afraid this is not a simple matter. Many geniuses from the True Immortal Academy recognized Gu Xian. They were shocked. How dare you kill me? I'm from the great void divine race. At this moment, Jiang Ming was coughing up blood. Seeing Gu Xian or dashing over again. He could not believe it. He was shocked and desperate. She actually dared to kill him in front of so many people? Didn't she know who he was? Yes. So what? However, Gu Xian was still as calm as ever. Her attack was aggressive. She was going to kill him right here. Stop! Seeing this, Jiang Luoxin, who was above the golden clouds, had an ugly look on her face. She did not expect that Gu Xian would not stop even after knowing Jiang Ming's identity. She did not give them any face. She said in a cold voice, "How dare you attack a member of the great void divine race?" Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, a golden figure dashed out from behind her. His aura was extremely strong. The aura of the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Chaotic fog appeared. A palm flew across the sky, trying to save Jiang Ming. The peak of the Supreme Saint Realm, a figure of the sect leader realm, the expressions of all the cultivators and living beings couldn't help but change. They felt as if their souls were trembling. They almost couldn't help but kneel down and worship in that direction. Even the big shots froze. They were a little afraid. The cultivators from the great void divine race were more powerful in the same realm. Few could match them. Humph! How dare you protect someone my Gu clan wants to kill? However, in the next moment, everyone looked on in shock. Among the people from the Longevity Gu clan, an old man with a cold face snorted and stepped forward. As his sleeves moved, heaven and earth seemed to be enveloped. Everything seemed to be contained in his sleeve. A monstrous aura of the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm burst out and confronted the cultivator from the great void divine race. The Longevity Gu clan, Jiang Luoxin, turned pale. She had not expected this mysterious girl to be a member of the Longevity Gu clan. No wonder she did not take them seriously. She looked a little sullen. There were not many orthodoxies in the upper realms that the great void divine race was afraid of, but the Longevity Gu clan was definitely one of them. The Longevity Gu clan. This girl is from the Longevity Gu clan? Jiang Qin was also shocked. He asked Monk Pudu, who was next to him. Monk Pudu nodded. He said in a heavy voice, "You may not know who this girl is, but you must know who her cousin is." Jiang Chen's heart sank. He suddenly felt a dreadful chill. "Is he Gu Changa?" he asked in a trembling voice. He had mentioned this name that scared and hated him so much. Monk Pudu did not speak loudly, but Jiang Luoxin could hear him clearly. He said in a deep voice, "This girl is Gu Xian. She is Gu Changa's cousin. He dotes on her very much. She is the little princess of the Longevity Gu clan." He had not expected Jiang Ming to start a fight with Gu Xian, or he had almost been killed on the spot. It was not terrible to offend Gu Xian, what was terrible was Gu Changa, who was behind her. By then, all the orthodoxies in the upper realms who had some background knew Gu Xian. They knew her relationship with Gu Changa. Only groups like the Great Void Divine Race, which rarely showed up in the outside world, knew very little about her. Hearing this, Jiang Luoxin felt a headache coming on. Jiang Qin also looked cold. No wonder this girl was so cruel. She turned out to be Gu Changa's cousin. At the moment, many geniuses and big shots from the orthodoxies were watching this with interest. In the air, the great saints of the great void divine race and the great saints of the Longevity Gu clan were confronting each other. Their energies swept over the whole area. They were extremely powerful. Both the Longevity Gu clan and the great void divine race were forces with a long history in the upper realms. In particular, the Longevity Gu clan was mysterious and powerful. It was needless to say, at the moment, the two forces were in conflict. No matter what would happen later, many orthodoxies would be happy to see it. Jiang Luoxin had obviously considered this point as well. Her indifferent face was slightly embarrassed. It was hard to get off the tiger. "Sister, please save me." Jiang Ming was also in a state of shock. He had never expected this girl, who seemed to have no background, to be the little princess of the Longevity Gu clan. If that was the case, why had she acted alone and not with the Longevity Gu clan? This made him want to curse loudly in his heart. Of course, he had to think about how to survive. He did not want to die here in such a humiliating way. Let go of Jiang Ming. We can talk about this peacefully. Jiang Luoshan frowned. If Jiang Ming died here, she would not be able to explain it to her uncle. At the moment, her tone softened. She was not as tough as before. Gu Xian looked at Jiang Ming coldly. She liked to be alone and didn't intend to let the family behind her get involved in this kind of thing. But now, if she killed Jiang Ming, she would be able to vent her anger. But it was more likely to cause a conflict between the Longevity Gu clan and the Great Void Divine Race, and the other orthodoxies would take advantage of the situation. So, after thinking about it, she decided to let Jiang Ming go in the end, although she was reluctant to do so. What happened just now? Jiang Luoshan glanced at Jiang Qin coldly. In her opinion, it was Jiang Qin who had caused this. Here's the thing. Jiang Qin could not hide the truth at this moment. He braced himself and told her what had happened. Jiang Ming had attacked because of the light purple inscription on the tablet. In fact, it had nothing to do with Jiang Qin. If Gu Xian had not gotten the inscription on the tablet, Jiang Ming would have taken it away in the end. Jiang Qin was very clear about this. Jiang Luoshan could not help but frown. She knew she was in the wrong. The reason for this conflict was entirely because of Jiang Ming. She was not someone who did not know what was good for her. At that moment, she planned to offer Gu Xian some compensation as an apology. Of course, the premise was that Gu Xian would let Jiang Ming go. We were in the wrong in this matter. As an apology, we will give you some compensation, but you have to let Jiang Ming go. Jiang Luoshan opened her mouth. She lowered the curtain. Her voice was much softer. It was the first time she had spoken in such a tone. She had always been superior. Gu Xian frowned. He was going to let Jiang Ming go, but she felt uncomfortable when she heard this. It was as if she lacked their compensation. Besides, if she agreed, she would look weak. Was she afraid of the Great Void Divine Race? While Gu Xian was in a dilemma, unable to make a decision, a calm voice suddenly came from the sky, far away. Kill him. Chapter 382. His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in this quiet place. Instantly, it was as if a bell had rung in everyone's mind, setting off a huge commotion. Everyone's expression changed. Whether it was the young sky prides, the older generation experts, or the sect masters, they all looked in the direction of the voice. The disciples of Perfected Immortal Academy also changed their expressions. Six-Crowned King Junyao frowned. Didn't you say that Gu Chang'e wouldn't come here? Why did he suddenly come here? Yu Mingkong curled her lips, but didn't say anything. Golden Cicada Bodhisattva, Jiang Chu-Chu, Wang Zijin, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others all looked over with different expressions. A young man walked over from the sky. His face was blurry, and his robes fluttered in the wind. He looked extraordinary and unhurried. An invisible golden path extended under his feet, as if hundreds of laws and mysteries were intertwined. However, he was still far away a moment ago, but in the next moment he appeared in front of everyone as if he had appeared out of thin air. He had shrunk the ground into a foot, so close yet worlds apart. Such a move made the pupils of many important figures shrink, and their faces were filled with deep shock and horror. The experts of the Longevity Wang family, Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Immemorial Yi clan, and other orthodoxies frowned deeply as they felt an aura that they could not understand. Greetings, young master. Seeing the newcomer, the people of the Longevity Gu family immediately greeted him. The cold old man who fought against the expert of the Great Void Divine clan just now also smiled. It's young Master Gu. He's here too. Xiao Ruin, who was among the disciples of the Tao Heavenly Palace, also looked over in surprise. Song Qin and the other disciples saw her expression and were even more envious. If she was not close to Gu Chang'e, why would she be like this? Gu Chang'e. He's here. Jiang Luoshan looked through the curtain and frowned. Although she had not been born for long, she had heard this name many times. There were all kinds of shocking rumors. The number one of the younger generation. The brilliance was so dazzling that it was simply unimaginable. It suppressed those of the same generation like a great mountain, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. In today's upper realm, no matter who it was, their first reaction upon hearing this name would be reverence or awe. They would not dare to show any disrespect. She had also planned to pay a visit to Gu Chang'e after she had solved the matter of the Taishu divine tomb. She wanted to see what kind of person Gu Chang'e was. However, he had never thought that they would meet in such a manner here today. For the first time, Jiang Luoshan felt that things had become very tricky. At that moment, even the sect masters and the older generation overlords looked at Gu Chang'e with fear. They discovered that they actually couldn't see through this junior's strength at all. It was rumored that he could already fight with a quasi-supreme expert. The way they saw it, it was completely Gu Chang'e who had relied on the might of his supreme artifact to possess such strength. At most, he was only slightly stronger than the other young supremes. However, at that moment in their eyes, the gap between their strengths was like a chasm. They were afraid that, except for the inheritors of demonic methods, no one in the upper realm could be a match for him in the younger generation. Gu Chang'e, why is he here? Jiang Qin felt a chill down his spine when he saw who had come. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. Although he had changed his appearance, who knew whether Gu Chang'e could see through his disguise? His fear of Gu Chang'e had been deeply rooted in his bones and soul. Kill him. Gu Chang'e showed up beside Gu Xian, seeing her in a daze, as if she hadn't come to herself yet. He couldn't help but repeat his words calmly. Jiang Ming was lying on the ground at the moment. He was in so much pain that he couldn't move. He had thought he would be saved after his royal sister Jiang Luoshan's words. But who would have thought that Gu Chang'e would suddenly appear? And the first thing she said was to ask Gu Xian to kill him. His back was instantly covered in cold sweat, and his face paled. He certainly knew who Gu Chang'e was, so he was desperate when he heard that. At that moment, Gu Xian finally came to herself. She felt the familiar, refreshing, and pleasant smell in front of her. I thought you weren't coming. She looked up and couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. However, her voice was very low. Except for her and Gu Chang'e, no one could hear her clearly. If I hadn't come, you would have been wronged again, wouldn't you? Gu Chang'e glanced at her and said casually. He had sensed what had happened when he was at the periphery of the great void divine tomb. That was why he had abandoned his followers and come here first. Therefore, he knew everything that had happened. Of course, he knew what Gu Xian was struggling with. In his opinion, there was nothing to struggle with. Just kill him. Hearing this, Gu Xian was overjoyed. However, she still harumphed and said stubbornly, I didn't intend to kill him. Gu Chang'e knew very well that she was a woman of integrity. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to expose her. That's because I don't like him. I want to kill him. Will that do? However, he still smiled. Gu Xian glared at him. You're not allowed to laugh at me. Gu Chang'e looked at her, pretending to be cold. He wanted to pinch her nose and see how she was going to pretend. However, Gu Xian seemed to see through his plan. She stepped back and looked at him with disdain. Don't try to take advantage of me again. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with different emotions. However, they could see that Gu Chang'e really doted on Gu Xian. Who would dare to speak to Gu Chang'e like that? However, Gu Xian dared to. Gu Chang'e also looked like he didn't care about her. This made many girls envious. Why didn't they have such an elder brother? Sister Huang, save me. I don't want to die. At this moment, although Jiang Ming was in despair, he still didn't want to give up the chance to live. He shouted in the direction of the Great Void Divine Tribe. Jiang Luoshin and the other cultivators of the Great Void Divine Tribe heard his cry for help. They couldn't bear to see him die. They couldn't bear to see Jiang Ming being killed with their own eyes and do nothing. Gu Chang'e, this is our fault. We are willing to apologize and compensate. This is not an unresolvable hatred. Jiang Ming didn't know this girl's identity before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this. This is just a misunderstanding. At this moment, Jiang Luoshin spoke. It was rare for her to be so humble. Before this, she was always high and mighty, looking down on everyone coldly. This also showed how much she valued Gu Chang'e. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e looked up and glanced at her. It's okay. Since it's a misunderstanding, we can just kill him. Everyone's expression changed. They felt a terrifying pressure and deterrence. Although they didn't get much in the Great Void Divine Tomb, they were able to watch a good show. It was just like the rumors said. Even though he was facing a group of cultivators of the Great Void Divine Tribe, Gu Chang'e was still strong. He had no intention of backing down. Many of the sect masters felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, they didn't offend Gu Chang'e. Otherwise, they would be so frustrated that they wanted to vomit blood. You, the cultivators of the Great Void Divine Tribe, looked terrible. They didn't expect Gu Chang'e to say this. Did he not care about them at all? Although he had been famous for a long time, he was still a junior. At this time, was he really going to provoke a feud between the two tribes over a small matter? Jiang Luoshin took a deep breath and calmed herself down. It was also the first time she met someone who was stronger than her like Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e, what do you want to let Jiang Ming go? What are your conditions? Jiang Luoshin said coldly. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e wanted to take the opportunity to ask for more. Conditions? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. However, there was a playful look in his eyes. Since Princess Luoshin asked, then fine. I still lack a servant girl to serve me tea. Why don't you think about it? If Princess Luoshin isn't satisfied with this identity, you can be my concubine. I just don't know if you're willing to save your so-called younger brother. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be shocked, especially the younger generation. They found it unbelievable and laughed bitterly in their hearts. Gu Chang'e was probably the only one who dared to say something like this. Of course, no one thought that he was serious. They thought that he was just trying to humiliate Jiang Luoshin. The people of the Great Void Divine Clan turned pale and were incomparably angry. Jiang Luoshin was the face of their clan. In the future, she would even take over the Great Void Divine Clan and become the next Great Void Divine Emperor. Her status was respected and she looked down on the upper world. However, in Gu Chang'e's words, she was only fit to be a servant girl or concubine. Gu Chang'e, you! Jiang Luoshin's cold eyes and her jade-like hands clenched tightly. Her murderous aura was so cold that it was about to freeze and crack the void. She never thought that one day she would be humiliated in front of everyone, with her identity in this vast upper world. Who would dare to say that she was only a servant girl or concubine? Wasn't this a deliberate humiliation? Wang, the curtain in front of her directly burst open, unable to withstand her current aura. In an instant, Jiang Luoshin's peerlessly beautiful face was revealed in front of everyone. Her golden hair was dazzling, and her facial features were exquisite and three-dimensional. She was flawless, as if she was carved from immortal jade. However, her eyes were cold to the bone. It had to be said that this superior, noble, and indifferent aura was enough to make all the proud sons of heaven feel inferior. In front of her, they lowered their heads and did not dare to look directly at her. Can't you do it? Gu Chang'e smiled casually, as if he was not surprised at all. Gu Chang'e, are you determined to make things difficult for me? Jiang Luoshin looked at him coldly. If you can't do it, then don't try to waste my time. Gu Chang'e's expression also turned cold. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm moved horizontally, and directly grabbed at Jiang Ming. "Stop it!" Jiang Luoshan's expression was very ugly, and her jade-like hands were clenched tightly. Gu Changa's contempt for them and her attitude of not putting them in her eyes made her feel infinite anger in her heart. So what if Gu Changa's talent was powerful, his strength was terrifying, and his background was tyrannical? In what way was she inferior to him? What right did he have to look down on her? However, Gu Changa had no intention of talking nonsense with her. He directly attacked, his palms sweeping across the sky and crushing down on Jiang Ming. It was as if he was swatting a small fly to death. "Gu Families Jr., stop it!" The Great Void Divine Tribe's peak Great Sage Expert's expression was also ugly. He ignored the Gu family's expert in front of him and turned into a golden light shadow to save Jiang Ming. In front of everyone's eyes, Jiang Ming was killed by Gu Changa. If they did not dare to do anything, what would the other orthodoxies think of the Great Void Divine Tribe? How could they accept this humiliation? Not to mention, Gu Changa had humiliated them again and again today. "You don't know what's good for you." Gu Changa's expression did not change. He was still indifferent. "Since you're sincere in accompanying him, I'll send you on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, he changed the direction of his palm. A terrifying 5-color divine light that seemed to have turned into a millstone of destruction appeared and then attacked the Great Void Divine Tribe's expert. That palm was extremely powerful, and the power it contained made the sky tremble as if it could not withstand it and was about to collapse. Everyone was shocked. Many young sky prides turned pale, and their divine souls trembled. They felt that the gap between them was insurmountable. 6-crowned king, golden cicada bodhisattva, heavenly phoenix maiden, and the others were also silent and solemn. Even the sect masters of the major sects were a little frightened. "I'd like to see what you're capable of. You're so arrogant that you don't put anyone in your eyes." The Great Void Divine Tribe's expert snorted coldly. He was infuriated by Gu Changa's disdain and indifference. He shouted angrily and cast a powerful divine power. Resplendent, golden, divine, multicolored light erupted. There were millions and millions of streaks, forming gates one after another. The rules intertwined and turned into chains of the great doctrine. They seemed to be able to suppress people and send them to an eternally silent world. Boom! Instantly, an unimaginable fluctuation broke out. The world was turned upside down. Mountains collapsed. Many tactical patterns were destroyed in an instant. How can Gu Changa be so strong? Jiang Qin was shocked and trembling. Even though he was hiding behind Monk Pudu, he still felt like his body was about to explode. Puff! In the void space, blood was splashing everywhere. The Great Void Divine Tribe's expert was coughing up blood. His arm was about to explode. He managed to ward off Gu Changa's palm attack with his divine power, but he was still shocked. His internal organs were trembling. He could not help but take many steps back, leaving bloody footprints in the void space. That energy was too dreadful. It felt like numerous stars had exploded. Everyone felt like their skin was about to crack. Soon, the two started to fight again. However, the Great Void Divine Tribe's expert was no match for Jiang Qin. He kept coughing up blood and flying. Everyone was shocked. Dong! The void space exploded. The place became dazzling and blurry. All kinds of rules swept over. The mysteries of the universe and the universe were playing out. Is that why you're so confident? Gu Changa's robe was fluttering. He looked as calm as ever. Black and white colors showed up in his palm. The energies of the 6 heavens and the underworld were faintly discernible. The 6 gates stood between the sky and the earth. A yellow, filthy river with countless wronged souls and dry bones was flowing quietly there. An anomaly appeared. Everyone's holy souls seemed to be walking there. It was a horrifying energy. People felt like they were going to be dragged to the afterlife. That's not good. Elder, come back. Jiang Luoshan sensed something was wrong. She could not help but shout. She asked the strong man to come back. But it was too late. The strong man from the great void divine tribe had been injured. Affected by the energy of the reincarnation, he was in a trance. His holy soul seemed to have left his body and was going to the world of the dead. Don't. In the next moment, Gu Changa's expression was cold. He slammed his palm down. The void space suddenly cracked. The terrifying energy was like the blue sky crashing down. The strong man's body collapsed instantly. He was torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. His body and spirit were destroyed. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. The power of the palm did not diminish. Jiangming, who was in despair, was instantly turned into a bloody mist. He followed in the footsteps of the strong man. There was a dead silence. Everyone looked at the scene in horror. A terrible chill ran down their backs. He killed a strong man at the peak of the great sage realm so easily. Moreover, he was not an ordinary person. He was from the great void divine tribe. Among those in the same realm, his combat power was monstrous. Didn't that mean that Gu Changa actually had the combat power of a quasi-supreme master? Everyone was horrified. They were so shocked that their scalps went numb. How old was he? Killing a strong man at the peak of the great sage realm without using a supreme weapon. This was simply unbelievable in the past. It was like a dream. But today it happened in front of everyone. Gu Changa was not only strong, but he was strong enough to make his peers despair. How is it possible? The people from the great void divine tribe were completely stunned. They could not believe it. From the beginning to the end, Gu Changa played it down and did not seem to use his full strength. Didn't that mean that his true strength was even more terrifying? Jiang Luoshan gritted her teeth. Deep anger and resentment surged in her heart. At the same time, there was a sense of fear. She thought that she was a rare, peerless genius in the great void divine tribe. Her cultivation was strong, and she was destined to be invincible when she was born. However, her peerless Tao heart could not help but be shaken by what she had seen today. Why was Gu Changa so ridiculously strong? Chapter 383. Blood, mist drifted in the sky, and broken pieces of sacred weapons fell in all directions. It was incomparably dazzling. The weapon of the peak great saint from the great void divine clan was also shattered in this battle. Gu Changa stood in the midst of it. His robe was new, and there was not a speck of dust on it. His hair was sparkling and shining like jade. Divine light shone in his fair palms, and the black and white colors slowly faded away. However, that terrifying feeling that made one's heart palpitate and soul tremble still remained in the void, making one's scalp tingle. Everyone watched all this in shock and horror, especially the sect masters of the major sects. Their hearts were in turmoil, and their scalps were numb. They thought that Gu Changa's strength was already very strong, enough to make them take him seriously, but they did not expect him to be so strong. In his early 20s, he killed a peak great saint so easily, and even someone who was half a step into the quasi-supreme realm. This was too unbelievable. If it was in the past, they would never dare to believe that such a thing could happen, but it had completely happened in front of their eyes today. They had to accept this fact. His wings are growing! At this moment, the many experts of the Longevity Wang family, Heavenly Emperor Mountain, and immemorial Yi clan only had this thought in their minds. They looked at the figure in the sky with incomparably complicated eyes. The young elites behind them were also in a daze, and their eyes were wide open. They fell into deep shock and could not react for a long time. They were all of the younger generation. But why was the gap between them so big? Many people had long been out of breath, and their invincible Tao heart trembled, unable to produce the thought of competing. Gu Changa was like an insurmountable mountain, lying across the heads of many young elites. Everyone felt a sense of despair and helplessness from the bottom of their hearts. It's sad for the younger generation to be in the same era as such a person, a figure from the older generation sighed and looked around. When he saw the pale expressions on the faces of the young geniuses, He understood and was not surprised. Before this, they only knew about Gu Changa's strength through many rumors and deeds. However, what they saw today was really shocking and set off a huge wave in their hearts. The young master's strength has already reached such a level. I'm afraid it won't be long before he can catch up to the patriarch. The clan leader was also an invincible existence in the same generation. But compared to the young master, he still pales in comparison. Young master is really a monster. The experts and disciples of the longevity Gu family sighed emotionally, their eyes filled with reverence. This child has matured to the point where he can sit on the same level as us. The sect leaders looked at each other. Their eyes flickered with complicated emotions. 6-Crown King Jun Yao, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha, and the other disciples of True Immortal Academy were naturally shocked. Gu Changa's strength had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Many people were guessing how strong he was. Today they had finally gotten what they wanted. This is a monster! The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden's red lips parted slightly as her beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor. We are all Sequence disciples, yet there's a gap between us and him. If this was any other time, 6-Crown King Junyao would definitely refute this. But now he was silent. He seemed to be speechless. Young Master Changa's strength has always been like this. Golden Cicada Buddha's expression was calm, but he was also puzzled. How did the inheritor of the demonic arts escape from his hands time and time again? Could it be that the inheritor of the demonic arts is also this strong? While everyone was having different thoughts, Gu Changa's figure descended from the sky. He looked at the great Void Divine clan members, especially Jiang Luoshan. His smile was cold and indifferent. Princess Luoshan, don't you plan to avenge them? What about this misunderstanding? Hearing this, Jiang Luoshan gritted her teeth. Her face turned pale as she clenched her jade-like hands. Even as strong as she was, she did not dare to look straight into Gu Changa's cold and deep eyes. She could not help but tilt her head to the side, but still said firmly, Gu Changa, I admit that you are very strong, but the great Void Divine tribe is not that easy to bully. At this moment, her tone was much weaker than before. Everyone present was naturally shrewd, and they could all hear the lack of confidence in her words. After all, she was an expert who was half a step away from becoming a quasi-supreme, and yet she was killed on the spot. It was impossible to say that they were not shocked, unless the great Void Divine tribe dared to fight to the death with Gu Changa, but the current situation was beyond their control. There were many orthodoxies in the great Void Divine tomb, and all of them were eyeing it covetously. As the future divine emperor of the great Void Divine tribe, her status was indescribably high. At this moment, even if she was extremely angry and sullen, she had to suppress it and not explode. Jiang Luoshan naturally understood this. Although what happened today was embarrassing, she could not wash away the humiliation and regain her dignity. Gu Changa heard this and laughed, but his voice was still cold. Is that so? Then, Princess Luoshan, show me what you're capable of. Let me see what the great Void Divine tribe is capable of. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed again. They were shocked and could not help but feel a chill down their backs. Was Gu Changa planning to let Jiang Luoshan fight personally? Although Jiang Luoshan was very strong and was the strongest person in this generation of the great Void Divine tribe, she was still a far cry from Gu Changa. Especially after witnessing Gu Changa's strength, no one thought that Jiang Luoshan would be a match for him. It was obvious that she would be defeated, or even killed by Gu Changa. She would die. Thinking of this possibility, many people could not help but feel a chill down their backs. They did not doubt Gu Changa's methods. After all, since Gu Changa was born, countless sky prides and living beings had fallen at his hands. Although he usually looked gentle, refined, and handsome, there was no doubt that he was vicious and merciless. Jiang Luoshan did not expect Gu Chang'e to say this. For a moment, her expression turned ugly, and she even felt humiliated. Naturally, she knew what Gu Chang'e was trying to do. If she fought with Gu Chang'e, her life would be in danger. She was not a match for Gu Chang'e at all. She knew herself well enough. However, if she showed cowardice and avoided the battle, it would be a disgrace to her in front of all the orthodoxies and cultivators. At the same time, it would be a disgrace to the great void divine tribe. Princess, we have to bear with this. We can't get into a conflict with them. Gu Chang'e's strength is terrifying. You're not a match for him. Don't be impulsive. Seeing this, a golden-haired old woman with unfathomable strength beside Jiang Luoshan advised her with a solemn expression. She was afraid that Jiang Luoshan was young and impulsive and would ruin things. Jiang Luoshan gritted her teeth. Naturally, she understood this. She quickly took a deep breath and calmed down. A hint of unwillingness flashed in her golden eyes. She stared at Gu Chang'e and said, Gu Chang'e, as the most powerful person in the younger generation, you know that I'm not a match for you, but you bully me like this. Is this how you do things? Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Before this, they knew that Jiang Luoshan, the princess of the great void divine tribe, was arrogant and indifferent. They could not believe that these words came out of her mouth. Among the disciples of Perfected Immortal Academy, Yu Mingkong saw this scene and narrowed her eyes slightly. In her memory, when the great void divine tomb first appeared, Jiang Luoshan sent people here to search for the ancestor's relic. However, she encountered Gu Chang'e in the tomb. Not only was the ancestor's divinity stolen by Gu Chang'e, but she was also defeated and almost killed by Gu Chang'e. Later on, for some unknown reason, Jiang Luoshan clung to Gu Chang'e and visited him in the name of visiting him from time to time. As for the matter of Gu Chang'e stealing the ancestor's divinity and almost being killed by him, it was as if it never happened. However, in her previous life, Gu Chang'e was very cold and indifferent to her. Many times Jiang Luoshan went to visit him, but she was met with the cold shoulder and could not see him. However, she persevered. At that time, many people of the Gu family were shocked and impressed. They could not understand at all. Of course, in the end, Jiang Luoshan's fate was very tragic. It was rumored that on the way back to the family land, she unfortunately encountered the inheritor of the demonic arts and was killed by him. In her previous life, Yu Mingkong sympathized with her and felt that she was unlucky. Of course, more than that, she was relieved. She did not like her perseverance and was worried that Gu Chang'e would be moved by her. Now it seemed that Jiang Luoshan was also killed by Gu Chang'e in the end. But now, looking at the scene in front of her, Yu Mingkong had to admit that there was an indescribable jealousy in her heart. Gu Chang'e did not expect Jiang Luoshan to give in so quickly, but his tone did not change much. Bully? How can you be so sure? That's not what Princess Luoshan said just now. Hearing this, Jiang Luoshan stared at him coldly. My family knows that we are in the wrong, but Gu Chang'e, you have already killed Jiang Ming and the Great Elder just now. What else do you want? Do you want to kill me as well? As soon as she said this, the expressions of many orthodoxies, sect leaders changed subtly. They glanced at Gu Chang'e quietly. The great Void God clan had already paid the price for what happened today. After all, a cultivator at the peak of the Great Sage Realm was not a piece of cake that could be found everywhere. No matter which orthodoxy it was, they were the cornerstone and indispensable existence. Even the great Void God clan would feel the pinch and could not be indifferent. However, if Gu Chang'e continued to hold on to it, it would be a little unreasonable. It would make people think that he was too overbearing. Even if he was the young master of the longevity Gu clan, it would be unreasonable. The powerhouses of many orthodoxies and great sects present would not sit idly by and let the longevity Gu clan dominate. After all, this was a tacit agreement between the various clans of the upper realm for countless years. One had to admit that Jiang Luoshan was very smart. She easily put herself in a vulnerable position. Plus, she was extremely beautiful to begin with. Her blonde hair was like a waterfall, her facial features were flawless, and her skin was as white as snow. She was as delicate as a sculpture, and many young heaven's favorites couldn't bear to see her like this. When Gu Changa heard this, he smiled indifferently. Of course, he knew what she meant. Princess Luotian, you must be joking. I don't think that I am a cruel person, nor am I someone who would destroy a beautiful woman. Why would I do such a thing? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Let's see if I will kill you or not. His smile was still as casual as before. It was as if he was talking about something as trivial as eating and drinking. However, Jiang Luotian could not help but feel a chill run down her spine. She felt that Gu Changa really wanted to kill her. Give it a try? Who knew what would happen if she gave it a try? She was not stupid. Everyone present had different expressions on their faces. They were also shocked by Gu Changa's words. They felt horrified and uneasy. Could it be that he really dared to kill Jiang Luotian in front of so many people? Why wouldn't I believe you? Since you said so, Gu Changa, I will naturally believe you. Jiang Luotian was not an ordinary person. Although she felt uneasy, her expression remained calm. She looked at Gu Changa coldly and chose to avoid the battle without hesitation. Of course, in everyone's eyes, this was a wise move. There was nothing wrong with it. First, she would put herself in a weak position, and then let people know that Gu Changa wanted to kill her. In this way, she could smoothly avoid the battle, and she didn't have to worry about losing face. This tactic made many powerhouses of the older generation exclaim in admiration. She was indeed the princess of the Divine Void clan. She could not be underestimated. Haha, if that's the case, then I hope the next time I see you, Princess Luotian, you can show me what you're capable of. Hearing this, Gu Changa smiled casually. He did not continue to make things difficult for her. But at this moment, everyone heard the threat in his words. In other words, you can escape now, but can you hide forever? This made everyone's expression change. They felt a wave of coldness wash over them. He was not going to give up. Jiang Luotian certainly heard Gu Changa's threat. Gnashing her teeth, she snorted coldly and left in a flash. She went to another area near the ancient palace and the crack. Seeing this, the rest of the Divine Void clan did not stay. They all turned into divine rainbows and dashed in that direction. In the crowd, Jiang Qin and Monk Pudu also hurried to follow them. When the immortals fought, the mortals suffered. Neither Gu Changa nor Jiang Luotian were people they could afford to offend. What he had seen today made Jiang Qin tremble with fear. For the first time, he deeply felt Gu Changa's great strength. He felt desperate and helpless. Even Jiang Luotian, who was always cold and noble in his eyes and looked down on all living creatures, could not gain any advantage in front of Gu Changa. She could only be humiliated. This explained everything. After the Divine Void clan left, the strong practitioners of the other orthodoxies also left. They stopped watching. Today's great show had shocked them and made them gasp in amazement. Even now, their hearts were still unable to calm down. At this moment, Gu Xian threw Gu Changa a cold look. She could not help but ask, "What happened today? Won't it have any effect?" "What effect can it have?" Gu Changa said casually, "Do you really think the Divine Void clan has the guts to fight with me?" Gu Xian knew Gu Changa did not take what had just happened seriously. But speaking of which, it was because of her that this had happened. Gu Changa had done this to stand up for her. She was considering whether she should thank him reluctantly, although she thought Gu Changa had done this for her, since he always liked to bully her. Wasn't it natural for him to stand up for her? Can you not cause so much trouble for me in the future? I have to clean up after you every time. However, Gu Changa's helpless voice interrupted Gu Xian's thoughts. She was a little stunned. She didn't expect that Gu Changa would blame her. she said in a murderous tone. How can you blame me for this? I just picked up a piece of broken inscription, and that guy came to me and accused me of stealing it. He even asked me to hand it over. If I don't, he will kill me. Do I have to give it to him? She could not help but feel a little wronged. She had only picked up a piece of broken inscription. That was because it had fallen by her feet. How could she cause trouble for this? Is that so? Gu Changa raised her eyebrows as if she didn't believe it. I think you are trying to fool my intelligence. How could a piece of broken inscription cause so much trouble? Gu Xian looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Why would I lie to you? Do you think everyone is like you? You can't hear a single word of truth from your mouth. Is that so? Gu Changa still did not believe her. It's just a piece of broken inscription. Could it be that there is something special about it? Hearing this, Gu Xian took out the broken piece of light purple inscription from her sumer ring. There was a faint glow on it, and there were several indecipherable divine characters on it. It was simple and unadorned, and there were some strange patterns carved on it. Here, this is the inscription, she said. Gu Changa took it from her hand and casually glanced at it. He nodded. It is indeed extraordinary. No wonder it caused such a tragedy. With that, the inscription disappeared from his hand. Seeing this, Gu Xian's big eyes showed a touch of confusion. She was stunned for a moment and then looked at him. Only then did she realize what had happened. Gu Changa had stolen something good from her, just like that. Chapter 384. Gu Changyu, give me back my inscription. I picked it up. Gu Xian couldn't help but grind her teeth. She hated Gu Changa so much that her teeth itched. Who said that it's yours when you picked it up? Now that it's in my hands, it's mine. Why do you want to snatch it? You can try. Gu Changa shook his head slightly. His expression was matter of fact, and he didn't care that she couldn't wait to bite him. You've gone too far. How could you be so despicable to snatch my things? You're such a bastard. Gu Xian was about to explode from anger. Her delicate body was trembling. Unfortunately, her poor figure didn't change at all. She didn't expect that she would fall for Gu Changa's trick. He said that just now because he wanted her to take out the inscription. Unfortunately, she was so stupid to believe his nonsense. You're too stupid. How can you blame me? Gu Changa sighed and shook his head. Gu Changa, quickly give me back my things. Otherwise, I'll really be angry. The kind that can't be appeased. Gu Xian glared at him angrily. She gritted her teeth and looked like she was about to explode. As a money grubber, how could she allow the good things in her hands to be snatched away in front of her? To her, this was simply a disgrace. Gu Changa laughed. You're dreaming. You still want me to appease you? Woo! Gu Changa, you're bullying me again. Why are you so annoying? Gu Xian saw that he wasn't going to listen to her. She suddenly started sobbing. However, Gu Changa reached out and pinched her nose. He shook his head slightly. You better pretend to be crying. If you cry like this, I won't feel any sense of accomplishment. Of course. She couldn't return the inscription. In any case, it contained a trace of the Taishu origin. Other than 727 refining tools, it had no effect on Gu Xian. On the other hand, Gu Changa could devour and refine it for his own use. I'll give you a great sage weapon as compensation. It's useless to you anyway, Gu Changa said. No, at least 5. Otherwise, I'll ignore you in the future. Gu Xian sniffled. 2 at most. If you don't want it, you'll have nothing. Gu Changa shook his head. 2? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Gu Xian was dissatisfied. All right, then there's none left. Gu Changa smiled. All right then. Since you want to give it to me, I'll give you 2. Hearing this, Gu Xian was afraid that he would go back on his word, so he quickly agreed. However, on the surface, he still looked like he had suffered a great loss. She could also see that no matter how extraordinary that steel was, it couldn't compare to a great sage weapon. After all, a great sage weapon was something that could be passed down in many ancient orthodoxies as a sacred weapon. It was very precious and extremely difficult to refine. At most, the inscriptions on the tablet contained some special substances. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like Gu Changa was at a disadvantage. Of course, since Gu Changa had agreed to give Gu Xian two great sage weapons in exchange, he naturally wouldn't lie to her. Under her eager gaze, he casually picked 2 great saint-level weapons and gave them to her. Gu Xian, scrunched up little face, finally cracked into a smile. At least you have a conscience. She snorted. She was in a good mood. She had regained her previous aloof and ethereal demeanor, as if she didn't care about anything in the world. Perhaps it was because she was used to being poor since young, but she always had a natural attachment to all kinds of divine weapons and treasures. When facing these things and in front of Gu Changa, she couldn't help but reveal her true colors and turn into a money grubber. After that, Gu Changa took her to meet up with Yu Mingkong from True Immortal Academy. As for the people from the Gu family, they all followed behind him. Since Gu Changa had appeared here, he naturally had to be the leader. The disciples and elders of True Immortal Academy looked at Gu Changa with a somewhat unnatural gaze. Although they were very afraid of him before, it wasn't to the extent that they were today. 6 Crown King Jun Yao, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others subconsciously avoided Gu Changa's gaze, not wanting to meet his eyes. Brother Gu, you were really impressive just now. It's a pity that I didn't get to see the scene of you suppressing Jiang Luoshin and snatching the princess. It's a pity. Wang Zijin said with a smile. She wore a long blue dress, and her face was extremely beautiful. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but curve into a crescent moon shape, appearing extremely charming. It had to be said that, in terms of appearance, she was almost beautiful to the extreme, enough to be comparable to Yu Mingkong's flawless beauty. The difference was in the temperament of the two. She was like an orchid in an empty valley, clear fog in the forest, possessing a serene and moving temperament. However, the words she spoke contained unimaginable boldness, as if she was a demoness. I was just joking just now. I made a fool of myself in front of Miss Zijin. Gu Changa seemed to have long been accustomed to her joking words and didn't care. After smiling slightly, he glanced at Jiang Chuchu. Seeing her calm expression, he didn't take the initiative to greet her. As far as he was concerned, this kind of face-saving skill was actually dispensable now. It was just that his image in front of others couldn't collapse. Wang Zijin's smile didn't fade. She looked deeply at Gu Changa, but didn't say anything. Although Gu Changa still had the identity of the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, in her opinion, it was just some kind of agreement between Gu Changa and Jiang Chuchu. Of course, in the eyes of the other orthodoxies, this was a deal between Gu Changa and the human ancestor palace. The reincarnation of the human ancestor was just a method used by the human ancestor palace to stabilize the hearts of the people. How could Gu Changa suddenly become the reincarnation of the human ancestor? Not many people would believe that. This was a tacit secret among the top orthodoxies in the upper realm. However, after witnessing Gu Changa's strength today, Wang Zijin suddenly felt that the guess she casually made earlier might be true. With her understanding of Gu Changa, she naturally knew that he had nothing to do with the human ancestor. So, why did Gu Changa have the human ancestor's nirvana lotus body? This was very thought-provoking. Of course, this was just Wang Zijin's guess. She didn't have any feelings for the human ancestor. In fact, she even had a faint dislike for him. Now, she was curious about how Gu Changa did all this. Did you find anything? Just as Wang Zijin was thinking about all kinds of things, Gu Changa walked to Yu Mingkong and asked with a smile. There might be something hidden under that palace. Yu Mingkong nodded slightly and pointed at the crack not far away that was spewing out multicolored light. From this angle, one could clearly see that there was a dazzling brilliance emerging from within. An ancient palace that looked like it was made of colorful celestial jade was floating up and down there. Just now, many big shots had already sensed the strange movement inside and rushed in. However, until now there had been no movement. At this moment, many of the sect leaders of the major sects were also staring at it without blinking. A little further away, those from the Great Void Divine Clan were also staring at it with worry and nervousness. As for the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Ancient E Clan, and other forces, they had also sent strong men to wait nearby. All kinds of divine lights were intertwining in the sky. Ancient chariots and white jade carriages were parked everywhere. Many vague figures were standing on them. Further away, there were still cultivators and creatures coming. The Great Void Divine Tomb was too big. At this moment, they were only in a small area deep in the tomb. Because of the strange movement here, many people were attracted. The real and the fake tombs are mixed together. If one is careless, he will die. A strange light flashed in Gu Changa's eyes. He had noticed Jiang Chen's movement on the Great Void Divine Clan side. Jiang Chen and a mysterious monk had infiltrated the Great Void Divine Clan's team. This was reported to him by the demonic technique puppet. So, Gu Changa didn't care about it. What he wanted to know at this moment was whether the Great Void Divine Clan had made such a great effort to come here just for that ancestor's relics. Or was there some unknown secret hidden here? Of course, what he cared about was the divinity. That was something comparable to a supreme, venerable doctrine fruit. At this moment, if he wanted to break through, it would be very difficult to find a target. If he could get a divinity, it would be a pleasant surprise. Young Master Gu. At this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice came into Gu Changa's ears. He looked over and found that the elders and disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortal had arrived while he wasn't paying attention. The person who had spoken was Xiao Ruoyin. They hadn't seen each other for a while. At this moment, her white dress was fluttering in the wind. She had an otherworldly aura. Maybe it was because of her cultivation, but now her skin was shining with a crystal luster. It was snow-white and delicate like a piece of fine jade. She was shockingly beautiful. Greetings, young Master Changa. The elders and disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortal all greeted him. They were very respectful to Gu Changa. After all, Gu Changa had another identity. The successor of the Palace of Heavenly Immortal. Miss Xiao, why are you here? Gu Changa revealed a slightly surprised expression, as if he had just noticed her. The disciples of the True Immortal Academy were also silently sizing up this white-dressed woman. Many of the male disciples couldn't help but be stunned. This was because they were shocked by beautiful things or people. Jiang Chu frowned slightly, and then calmly returned to his original expression. Wang Zijin sized him up with interest, especially when she sensed a feeling that was completely different from that of the rest of the people. This white-dressed woman's attitude towards Gu Changa was clearly different from the other cultivators. She didn't have the kind of reverence that was rooted deep in her bones. However, she could still feel her nervousness. It wasn't as natural as it looked on the surface. She's quite scheming. She smiled in her heart, feeling that things were getting interesting. Playing tricks on an ocean king, TSK. Gu Changa, who is she? Gu Xian, Er's cold voice sounded very direct. However, after asking, she felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. She subconsciously looked at Yu Mingkong. I'm asking on behalf of Sister Mingkong. Yu Mingkong smiled and held her small hand, saying, this should be the Xiao Ruoyin that Changa mentioned before, the one he saved outside the immortal ancient Forbidden Land. Chapter 385. Changa mentioned it to me before, Liao said. Hearing this, 6 Crown King Junyao and the others were a little stunned. She saved someone outside the immortal ancient Forbidden Land? As far as they knew, the immortal ancient continent had only been open to the outside world in recent years. but the immortal ancient forbidden land had existed since ancient times. Some people said that a remnant immortal was sleeping inside, while others said that it hid the secret of the collapse of the immortal ancient era. It was not the case. This woman in white actually came from that place. They subconsciously thought that she was a guest from the Forbidden Land. However, Yu Mingkong's words made many people understand. As Gu Changa's fiancée, her introduction seemed casual and natural, but it was actually to inform everyone. She was very close to Gu Changa. Gu Changa had never hidden these things from her. Normally, Yu Mingkong would not be bothered to interfere in this kind of thing, let alone explain it to everyone. However, today, she could feel that the atmosphere was not right. Whether it was Wang Zijin or Jiang Chuchu, they all seemed to be inextricably linked to Gu Changa. Even the princess of the Great Void Divine Tribe, Jiang Luoshan, who left with her people, was closely related to Gu Changa in her previous life. Now, there was a tool, Xiaoruoyin. This gave her a headache. Why were there so many women around Gu Changa in this life? Therefore, her actions were equivalent to expressing her identity and status. She was Gu Changa's legitimate fiancée, the future wife who was yet to be married. With Yu Mingkong's introduction, everyone understood Xiaoruoyin's identity. Although they were slightly surprised, they did not ask much. Gu Changa casually asked about Xiaoruoyin's recent cultivation situation to show his concern. Xiaoruoyin also answered truthfully, saying that she had been cultivating hard and would not let him down. That's good. I really hope that the day you succeed in your cultivation will come soon. Gu Changa smiled. While Xiaoruoyin was conversing with Gu Changa, she was also trying to carefully blend into the circle. She knew that the group of young men and women in front of her had extraordinary identities. Their backgrounds were incomparably terrifying, enough to look down on countless orthodoxies and forces in the upper realm. It was hard to imagine that they were people that she would not normally come into contact with. And Gu Changa was obviously the center of this circle. Therefore, while she came to greet Gu Changa, she also wanted to get acquainted with this group of young men and women. Xiaoruoyin was not stupid. She had her own selfish motives and calculations. In her previous world, she didn't need to consider these things at all. She was surrounded by people who wanted to curry favor with her. But now it was completely different. She was a weak woman with no power and influence. The only thing she could rely on was the thin relationship she had with Gu Changa. She knew Gu Changa, but was she close to Gu Changa? That was simply impossible. Although she had wanted to get closer to Gu Changa, it was just a thought. Her only assets were her body and her beauty, which she had kept herself clean for more than 20 years. But these were not worth mentioning at all in front of Gu Changa. In the distance, seeing Xiaoruoyin trying to blend into the circle of young geniuses, Jiang Chen could not help but clench his fists tightly. He was in so much pain that he felt like he was being twisted by a knife. He felt helpless and uncomfortable. That was the cold and aloof goddess that he had always admired. But at that moment, she was so humble and careful, trying to ingratiate herself with the enemy he hated so much. And Xiaoruoyin had no idea what he was really like and what he was up to. "Mr. Jiang, why do you keep looking over there?" Monk Pudu, who was next to him, noticed this. He could not help but ask with interest. Jiang Qin was shocked. He hurried to look away. He pretended to be relaxed and explained, "Nowadays, how many people in the younger generation can be like Gu Changa, surrounded by beautiful women? It's really enviable." He did not dare let Monk Pudu know there was a grudge between him and Gu Changa. The last time he suffered a loss at the hands of the Ji siblings, he still clearly remembered it. Monk Pudu said with a smile, "Emptiness is beauty, and beauty is emptiness. Beautiful women are just a pile of bones. What's there to be jealous of? Mr. Jiang, please don't take it too hard." Above the golden clouds, Jiang Luoshan was wearing a cold expression. She frowned when she heard their conversation. She could not help but look in Gu Changa's direction. "Gu Changa, I won't forget this." She gnashed her teeth. She could not forget Gu Changa's threat. That bone-chilling, killing intent and coldness were still lingering around her. It was the first time she had been threatened like this since she was a child. It was even the first time she had felt fear. Her holy soul shivered. It was an unforgettable feeling. It was also a humiliation for her. Jiang Qin, if you can't find the ancestors' relics this time, you'll die. Then Jiang Luoshan glanced at Jiang Qin coldly. She gave him the final verdict, asking for fresh flowers if it were not for him. She would not have had a conflict with Gu Changa. She would not have gotten Jiang Ming and an elder at the peak of the great saint state killed because of her. If Jiang Chen had not been useful to her, she would have killed him to vent her anger. Jiang Chen cursed to himself. Why didn't you act so tough in front of Gu Changa? However, he did not dare show any disrespect. He hurried to say, Princess Luoshan, don't worry. I'm very confident this time. Boom! At this moment, a great noise came from the crack where so many strong people had gone. The magnificent palace began to tremble as a thick blood color burst out from it. All of a sudden, all the practitioners and creatures looked over. They were shocked. Then they heard several screams. An old man in a purple robe flew out of the crack. He was covered in blood, but he was seriously injured. While he was still in the air, he seemed to have been hit by a dreadful force. He exploded. Both his body and spirit were destroyed. Everyone was shocked. Many people were even petrified. They did not dare move. None of the strong people who had entered the crack survived. This place is very dangerous. Youngsters shouldn't enter it recklessly. Many strong people from the True Immortal Academy, the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace, and the Longevity Gu family were staring at the crack with fear. Princess Luoshan, the entrance is under that palace. They went to the wrong place. After the shock, Jiang Chen communicated with the artifact spirit of the immortal boat in his mind. Then he told Jiang Luoshan through holy awareness. Jiang Luoshan frowned. Glancing at him and Monk Pudu, she said, You two go in first. Monk Pudu turned pale. When he was about to refuse, he saw Jiang Qin agree solemnly. Fine, I'll trust you this time. Monk Pudu sighed helplessly. Then he and Jiang Qin turned into divine lights. They flew toward the crack directly. Seeing this, Jiang Luoshan's expression changed. She no longer hesitated and ordered everyone to follow. Are they courting death? A young disciple from the True Immortal Academy frowned. He did not understand. Yu Mingkong looked toward Gu Changa. She said in a low voice, Are we going in? Gu Changa was holding her soft hand, feeling her delicate skin, which was as flawless as suet jade. He said casually, No hurry. Let's wait for a while. Chapter 386. Above the crack, a divine light was emitting and shrouding the place. A multicolored palace that seemed to be made of immortal jade floated up and down, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Jiang Luoshan, Jiang Chen, Monk Pudu, and the others dashed into the crack without any hesitation. As to the floating palace, they didn't care about it at all. They didn't even look in that direction. They had suffered a great loss before. Then they realized the so-called ancient palace was actually a fake tomb. That was why it was full of dangers and had led to their deaths. The real graveyard was deep underground. Jiang Qin had communicated with the spirit of the ferry boat of creation. He knew the terrain and the direction of many tactical patterns here were just to mislead the enemy. The real tomb of the great void divine race's ancestors was not like the palaces outside. Moreover, he had his own plans in mind. If he could find the real tomb, he could win Jiang Luoshan's favor and survive. If he couldn't find it, he could leave through the secret passage here with the help of the spirit of the ferry boat of creation. That was why he was so determined. He dashed into it without any hesitation. I hope you won't trick me this time. Otherwise, we'll both die here. Jiang Qin told the spirit of the ferry boat of creation in his mind. Next, you'd better find the tomb of Jiang Luoshan's ancestor. Otherwise, You'll have to find that secret passage too. Don't worry. I've sensed many hidden passages here. In fact, all of them lead to the main tomb. The other secret passages can leave this place quietly. Anyway, we have a way out. Why would I trick you? The spirit of the fairy boat of creation promised him solemnly. Jiang Chen felt relieved. He and Monk Pudu were looking for a way ahead. I hope you won't trick me. Otherwise, you won't leave here alive, Jiang Luoshan said coldly, walking behind them with the strong men. There were many bronze statues on both sides of the passage. They looked weird and quaint. As they walked in, a light flashed in their hollow eyes, as if they were coming back to life. However, Jiang Luoshan had expected this. The golden token appeared in her hand, and faint golden lines flashed across the void. After that, the place regained its deathly silence. Those statues were created by the Great Void Divine Clan using a secret technique. They were in charge of guarding the tombs and were extremely powerful. So, at this moment, she started to believe Jiang Chen. This place leads to all directions. Even if the people behind us follow us, they definitely won't be able to find the correct route. Regarding this, Princess Luoshan can rest assured. Jiang Chen said confidently. At this moment, he looked extremely calm and indifferent. Monk Pudu laughed and said, I knew that Benefactor Jiang had extraordinary means. I didn't misjudge you. Hearing this, Jiang Luoshan nodded and didn't say anything else. She was now anxious to find the ancestral relic and leave this place. The pressure and fear that Gu Chang'e brought to her in the outside world was too deep. She was very uneasy. After a short while, with Jiang Chen leading the way, they managed to quickly pass through many areas that had forbidding formations. Many collapsed ruins appeared before their eyes. Although there were many forks in the road, Jiang Chen felt like he had been here before. He walked forward leisurely and confidently. He didn't worry about going to the wrong place at all. The Great Void Divine Clan's members were shocked. They found Jiang Chen, who didn't have a high cultivation level, to be unfathomable. In the outside world, in the sky, many people looked over. They were all strong men of various races and leaders of large sects and schools. They were extremely powerful. Since the Great Void Divine Clan still wants to go in after this, they must be fearless. A strong man of the Gus looked over. His divine rune was shining. He was sizing up what was happening there. He couldn't help but say this. Young master, are we waiting outside now? The other members of the Gu clan were also asking questions. We're not in a hurry. Since the Great Void Divine Clan has the nerve to go in, they must have some tricks up their sleeves. Let them help us, Gu Chang'e said casually. Of course. He knew Jiang Chen was the Great Void Divine Clan's biggest trump card. Without Jiang Chen, the Great Void Divine Clan wouldn't have had the nerve to go in at such a time. A son of luck like Jiang Chen was only fit to be a treasure-seeking mouse. Brother Gu, are you so sure the Great Void Divine Clan can find it? Wang Zijin asked with interest. He thought Gu Chang'e must know something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm and not in a hurry. After all, if they went in too slowly, it would mean the Great Void Divine Clan would take away all of their belongings. Gu Chang'e didn't look like the kind of person who would let good things slip through his fingers. I'm not sure, but if we go in at this time, we might fall into the Great Void Divine Clan's trap. Who knows what kind of trap they've set up and are waiting for us to go in? Gu Chang'e explained with a smile. Many people were shocked by what he said. They thought it was very possible. Wang Zijin didn't believe him. Although she wasn't interested in the Great Void Divine Tomb, if Gu Chang'e wanted to go in, she wanted to go with him. Seeing the members of the Great Void Divine tribe rushing into the crack, everyone present had different expressions on their faces. Many sect leaders' eyes were shining. Runes were changing. All kinds of theurgies were performing. They were trying to see through the changes. To be honest, the sudden change just now had shocked everyone. All the strong people who had rushed and were dead. No one knew what had happened to them. The screams were still vivid in their minds. Many people were scared. They didn't dare approach. They could only watch the Great Void Divine Clan rush in. Their eyes were shining. The Great Void Divine Clan has a token. It can activate the formation patterns here and change the terrain. That's why they're so fearless. If we go in carelessly, our lives might be in danger. We'd better be careful. Let's see what's going on with the Great Void Divine Clan first, an old man said. An elder spoke. His figure was stooped. In his hands was a violet gold compass, speaking like this. Previously, he was the one who said that this place was full of danger. He didn't go in immediately when there was a change and saved his life. Now that he said so, many people were shocked. They felt that it was very possible. After all, this was the tomb of the Great Void Divine Clan. Who knew what they knew? If they accidentally went in and were killed by them, they wouldn't be able to cry. Thinking of this, many people retreated and didn't dare to go in again. The young elites of Perfected Immortal Academy looked at the crack with different expressions. Although the elders had asked them to stay where they were and not go in to avoid danger, they were afraid that they would be in danger. As a member of the younger generation, what they feared the most was danger. Their hearts were filled with competition. Now that they had seen how powerful Guchanga was, they couldn't help but feel unwilling. If this tomb contained supreme opportunities, it would be a chance for them to catch up with Guchanga. It was just as Six Crown King Junyao had thought. At this moment, there were divine runes flashing in his eyes. Then he took out a broken talisman from his sleeve and flew in that direction. Sigh, this fella, why doesn't he listen? The elders shook their heads, not stopping him. As a sequence existence, they had great backgrounds to begin with. They didn't need to do as they were told. If Six Crown King died inside, it wouldn't be related to them. After all, everyone here saw that they had already advised Six Crown King, but he didn't listen to them. Meanwhile, Six Crown King turned into divine light and rushed into that crack, leaving quite a few people shocked. That person just now should be Perfected Immortal Academy's Six Crown King, right? It is rumored that he was exceptional with 6 crowns, previously dominating the world. His talent was unmatched, fighting strength heaven overflowing. Unfortunately, in this era, he was completely suppressed by young Master Changa, who would have thought that he actually dared to enter at this time. Many young elites were discussing this, their hearts shaken. They stared at that dazzling underground palace that was still rising and falling. Now, it seems like many people don't dare enter. Even the sect masters of many great sects are watching. Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and the others' expressions changed slightly. They were also wondering if they should follow Six Crown King and enter. Only, as soon as this thought appeared, it was extinguished. It was because in the next moment, a tremendous noise sounded from the underground crack again, as if there was terrifying energy that was about to rush out. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's shocked eyes, that incomparably dazzling palace exploded. A terrifying blood-red light instantly appeared like rolling clouds, enveloping the sky and covering everything. Many strange-looking creatures rushed out from within. Their numbers were unimaginable. Slaughter overflowed into the heavens, auras terrifying, as if they had experienced countless battles in the battlefield. A terrifying bloody aura enveloped the heavens, making many people's expressions change greatly. It was as if a cage had been broken, releasing sinister and terrifying vicious beasts of slaughter. Who would have thought that there would be this type of unforeseen event? Things are becoming interesting. Guchanga's brows jumped, but his expression didn't change at all. He was planning to find an opportunity to muddy the waters. This was the so-called fishing in muddy waters. It was because what he wanted wasn't the divine spark left behind by that ancestor of the Great Void Divine Clan, but also the source energy of the great sect masters here. It was not easy for him to take action on the surface. Only when he entered the underground would he have the opportunity to take action. No matter what happened, he could easily blame the Great Void Divine Clan. Now that the place was in chaos, it was a good opportunity for him. This tomb was obviously left behind by that ancestor of the great Void Divine Clan for his descendants. These are all tomb guardian beasts. As long as they don't have the bloodline of the great Void Divine Clan, they will treat them as enemies and kill them. Seeing this shocking and terrifying scene, a sect master suddenly came to his senses, and his expression changed drastically. Then he waved his sleeves and ordered the younger generation to return to the war chariot behind him to protect them. The weakest of these tomb guardian beasts was at the empty god realm, and the strongest was at the level of a sect master. Slaughter overflowed into the heavens, and the bloody aura shook the heavens, causing the surroundings to shake violently. Everyone couldn't help but be horrified, and because of this, they couldn't help but retreat in fear. Some of them couldn't retreat in time, and the group of creatures caught up with them. They screamed in pain and were instantly torn into pieces, their bodies and souls destroyed. Suddenly, the place turned into a killing field. Blood was everywhere, and cries of agony were heard everywhere. "Run, we can't stay here for long. These ferocious beasts are too powerful. We are no match for them." Many young Heaven's favorites paled. They personally witnessed a saint-level expert of the older generation being slapped to death by a tomb-subduing beast, his body exploding in the void. This scene made them tremble in fear, and their divine souls seemed to be about to be frozen. Just a moment ago, they were still thinking of watching the show, but they never thought that there would be such a huge turn of events. In an instant, divine rainbows pierced through the sky. Everyone began to flee, and they didn't dare to be as casual as before, thinking that there were opportunities everywhere. Many young geniuses who were slightly slower were caught by the tomb guardian beasts in fear and despair. They were directly swallowed by the tomb guardian beasts, and blood filled the air, which was terrifying and terrifying. Many people wished that they had more legs so that they could escape from this place. Apart from the geniuses of the supreme sects and imperishable sage orthodoxies, the rest didn't dare to stay, and they were terrified. I wonder if the great Void Divine Clan knows about this. How despicable. They knew that there were tomb guardian beasts, but they didn't tell everyone. An elder was flustered and exasperated, and his face was gloomy. He witnessed his grand disciple being killed by a tomb guardian beast with his own eyes, and he didn't have time to save him. Very quickly, the place began to become chaotic. Many people had the intention to retreat. They brought their disciples and fled out of the cemetery. The elders of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals were also protecting Xiao Ruoyin and the others behind them. They didn't want to get involved in this show. "Young master, should we continue to wait, or should we leave for now?" A powerful cultivator of the Gu clan asked. He was also worried that the young people behind him would die here. Who knew what other dangers were hidden in the ground? "You guys take the rest of the clan and leave first. Don't interfere in this matter," Gu Changa said casually. At the same time, he glanced at the many members of the Gu clan behind him. Most of them were of the younger generation. Although there were many direct disciples, there were more branch disciples. They were all unfamiliar faces, and they usually didn't interact with him. "Yes, young master." Following Gu Changa's order, many members of the Gu clan also started to leave. Since such a big mess had occurred, the first thing they had to do was to stay alive. No matter how important a chance was, it couldn't be more important than staying alive. Wang Zijin, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others also told the families and forces behind them to take the rest of the clansmen away and try not to get involved in this matter. Soon, many young geniuses left, and only a few of the strongest people of the younger generation were left. The Golden Cicada Buddha, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others didn't leave. In addition, many leaders of great sects were also watching. With their strength, they certainly didn't need to be afraid of the tomb guardian beasts. "Looks like the real graveyard is still underground," an old man spoke. Golden light shone from his eyes. Then he shook off the tomb guardian beasts in front of him and dashed forward first. The other leaders were enveloped in divine light. They shook off the tomb guardian beasts around them as they moved, and they rushed toward the graveyard. Looks like Jiang Chun will be found soon. Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. Seeing it was about time, he also stood up. However, the disciples of the true Immortal Academy were all following him. Apparently, he was the leader. He didn't say anything. Anyway, they would part ways when they reached the underground. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and the others were certainly not stupid. They knew Gu Chang'e was very strong, but they didn't know what kind of dangers were hidden underground. With Gu Chang'e by their side, they would be much safer. Soon, they passed through the 10-foot-long fissure and went deep into the underground. As they had guessed, this place was obviously a ruin, and they had to keep going down. Soon, they saw an ancient city buried deep underground. There had been many powerful formation patterns here, but they had all been destroyed. Gu Chang'e could see that it was Jiang Chun who had done this. As far as the eye could see, there were ruins in front of them. The atmosphere was ancient, and many broken walls had been buried for a long time. The leaders of the great sects were using all kinds of powerful techniques. Their radiance shone in all directions. They flew in the front, toward the depths of the ancient city. Looks like this is the tomb left by the ancestor of the great void divine race. There are so many paths. I wonder where the main tomb is. A young disciple was shocked to see so many forks in the road ahead. He didn't know where to go. This place is full of dangers. Although it's safer for us to stay together, if we don't know where to go, we might end up wasting our efforts. We won't find anything. It's also a waste of time. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. It seemed he was also having a headache because of the forks in the road. The leaders of the great sects ahead of them were using all kinds of techniques to check how dangerous each path was. After arriving here, even Supreme Venerables had to be cautious, let alone them. So, let's just go our separate ways. There are so many forks here. If we all take the same path, the chances are slim. Whether we can get the opportunity or not depends on our own methods. When Yu Mingkong heard this, she glanced at Gu Chang'e and immediately understood what he meant. She couldn't help but nod. Since even she said so, the rest of the disciples looked a little unnatural. If Yu Mingkong didn't say so, they could shamelessly follow behind Gu Chang'e. They didn't care about the opportunity however, now that she insisted on going their separate ways, they didn't dare to say anything. Wang Zijin knew Yu Mingkong's plan. He looked at her with a smile and didn't say anything. It's good to go our separate ways. Gu Xian's voice was cold. She had always liked to be alone. After arriving here, she wanted to go alone. If Gu Chang'e didn't insist on keeping her by his side, she would have run in first. After saying this, her figure moved and walked straight towards a fork in the road ahead. Soon, she disappeared without a trace. Gu Chang'e glanced at her with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, but she didn't say anything. Seeing this, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha, and the others sighed inwardly. They tactfully chose a fork in the road and left first. There are only a few paths left. I'll follow Brother Gu then. I'll go wherever Brother Gu goes, Wang Zijin said with a smile. He didn't have any self-awareness. Yu Mingkong looked at him deeply. During the previous trial, she knew that Wang Zijin was like this. Then, she walked toward another fork in the road. She didn't plan to follow Gu Chang'e. To Gu Chang'e, the godhead of the great void divine tribe's ancestor, was more important. To her, the fortuitous opportunity in the other fork was more suitable. I'll go this way. Jiang Chuchu also glanced at Wang Zijin. She was annoyed by her boldness, but she couldn't bring herself to do that. She was a little annoyed. Brother Gu, where are you going? I'm going to follow you. Soon, only Gu Chang'e and Wang Zijin were left here. She said with a smile, as if she didn't mind at all. Her eyes were as pretty as the morning fog in the forest. Gu Chang'e knew what she was thinking. As a time traveler, Wang Zijin's way of thinking was very different from other people's. Other people had come here to look for opportunities, but she was obviously here to join in the fun. "I'll go this way then." Gu Changa sensed Jiang Chen's location. Then she picked one of the forks and walked on it. She looked quite calm. Wang Zijin noticed his expression. She couldn't help but smile. "Brother Gu, we're so close. Can I ask you a question?" Chapter 387. Wang Zijin's facial features were exquisite and flawless. Her nose was small, her eyebrows were like jade, her lips were a little red, and her black hair was like a waterfall, shining brightly. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate like jade. It would not be wrong to say that she was born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When her large eyes blinked, it gave people a sense of intelligence and craftiness. At this moment, she followed behind Gu Changa with her hands behind her back, looking a little mature. But there was also a different kind of charm that made people unable to look away. "Brother Gu, can I ask you a question?" "It's about the reincarnation of the human ancestor," she said with a smile, although she guessed that Gu Changa probably wanted to strangle her to death in his heart right now. But she just liked this feeling because it was so exciting. Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he did not expect her to suddenly ask such a question. "I can't." Then he smiled slightly and rejected it as a matter of course. Then he continued to walk slowly towards the fork in the road ahead, looking as if he could not be bothered with her. The reincarnation of the human ancestor could be hidden from most people, but definitely not from Wang Zijin. Gu Changa did not intend to hide it from everyone. After all, this was a matter of him and the human ancestors' hall taking what they needed. As for Wang Zijin, she could think whatever she wanted. Wang Zijin was not surprised by Gu Changa's answer at all. She continued to smile and said, "Brother Gu, did you forget what you promised me last time? You still owe me a favor." As she said that, she took out the jade pendant that Gu Changa had given her. Hearing this, Gu Changa glanced at it, looking as if he had a headache. He said helplessly, "Miss Zijin, 21, why do you have to make things difficult for me? This kind of question is difficult to answer." Wang Zijin snorted. "Brother Gu, are you saying that what you promised before doesn't count?" "If this Gu can promise something, I will definitely promise. But this matter, I really have no comment," Gu Changa said in a helpless tone. But the depths of his eyes were still calm without any change. "All right, it's fine if Brother Gu doesn't want to tell me. You're the human ancestor now, and I'm the human ancestor palace's holy maiden. Don't you think our relationship has improved?" After getting this answer, Wang Zijin did not continue to harp on this matter. She had already guessed that Gu Changa would not say anything. Therefore, after keeping the jade pendant, he took a few steps closer to Gu Changa, changed his tone, and asked with a smile, "That's right. If I were to take charge of the human ancestor hall in the future, I hope that Saintess Zijin will assist me." Gu Changa smelled the faint fragrance at the tip of his nose. When he heard this, he faintly smiled and said, "That's not a problem. Then who does Brother Gu think is prettier between me and Saintess Chu Chu?" Wang Zijin chuckled as she blinked her eyes and stared at him. In her opinion, this trip to the graveyard of the Great Void Divine Clan was not important. She wanted Gu Changa to reveal his true colors. Continue pretending for me. At this moment, she felt like she was playing with a knife, and if she was not careful, she would cut her hand. Miss Zijin and Saintess Chu Chu both have their own merits, and it's very difficult to compare. In my opinion, both of you are heavenly beauties that are rarely seen in this world, and there's no difference between the two of you. Hearing this, Gu Changa's expression did not change as he guessed at her intentions. When he first met Wang Zijin, she seemed to have a good impression of him. Even now, she was still casually flirting with him. Back then, Gu Changa wanted to obtain fate points from her, so he played along with her. Later on, he felt that there was no need and could not be bothered with her. After all, Wang Zijin was not like other daughters of fate. She was a transmigrator and came from the Longevity Wang clan. She had a celestial spirit body and was a saint. Her life was destined to be a smooth-sailing one who could sweep through the world. It was almost impossible to obtain any benefits from her. This was something that Gu Changa understood after obtaining a few fate points from her. As for Wang Zijin's good impression of him, it was at most curiosity. With this premise, Gu Changa did not bother with her anymore. If he really wanted to deal with Wang Zijin, it would be a bit troublesome. After all, she had many life-saving methods, and that mysterious companion item. Just suppressing her fate points was a troublesome matter. Rather than wasting time, it was better to do something meaningless. It was better to just throw her aside. After all, with Wang Zijin's personality, it was destined that she would not be able to hinder him. Of course, if she really did hinder him, then it would be a different matter. Brother Gu, if you think this way, are you saying that you want both of them? That way you'll be twice as happy? Hearing this answer, Wang Zijin was still smiling. Her tone was quite bold, as if she was a demoness who brought disaster to the world. Hearing this, Gu Changa was a bit stunned, as if he did not understand. Then he shook his head and sighed. Miss Zijin, what do you mean? I don't seem to understand. He vaguely guessed Wang Zijin's plan. Was she going to test him? Gu Changa had always handled this kind of thing flawlessly, unless he wanted Wang Zijin to know something. But now, Wang Zijin had not reached the point where he could trust her. It's fine if you don't understand. For someone like Brother Gu, I wonder what kind of woman would be able to capture your heart. Wang Zijin wasn't surprised by Gu Changa's answer. Then, she sighed as if she was feeling something. In front of outsiders, Gu Changa had always been polite, elegant, and gentle. His answers were even more flawless. It was not so easy to make him reveal his true self. Although she felt that this was not a small challenge, she did not give up. She had to find something interesting to do in her boring cultivation. Miss Zijin, can I take your words as a hint? Gu Changa smiled. Wang Zijin secretly rolled her eyes at him. She had taken the initiative to test him, but Gu Changa did not show any signs of abnormality. This made her doubt her charm a little. Was her face not beautiful? Was her figure not good? Was her personality not cute? Or was it that Gu Changa was only interested in cold and strong women like Yu Mingkong? Then, the two of them continued to talk as they walked deeper into the tomb. It was mainly Wang Zijin who chatted while Gu Changa answered calmly. Wang Zijin was actually very curious as to why Gu Changa would choose such a fork in the road. Although she felt that Gu Changa was unlikely to find the wrong place, he must have some way to find the main tomb of the Great Void Divine Tomb. Up ahead, the two of them sensed many energy fluctuations. In addition to them, some of the leaders of the great sects who had entered before them had also chosen this fork in the road. Those people were very strong. Even the weakest one was in the great saint state. They were only one step away from the prospective supreme, venerable state. At the moment, there was a big fight. The energy was spreading everywhere. Apparently, they were fighting for something. However, Gu Changa did not care. He was still taking his time. As long as he knew where Jiangqin was, he would be able to find Jiang Luoshin and the others of the Great Void Divine Clan. As long as he went there, he would be able to get the divinity easily. Before that, he actually hoped that the Great Void Divine Clan and the leaders of the great sects would have a fight. It would be best if both sides suffered great losses. In the end, he would show up and reap the benefits. Wang Zijin had been paying attention to Gu Changa's expression. Judging from his behavior, he was not worried at all. He looked very confident, even though the fluctuations of the fight ahead were extremely dreadful and could make the underground city collapse at any time. She felt like Gu Changa had everything under control the whole time. How on earth did he do it? In the main tomb, 7:30, as Gu Changa had guessed. There was a big fight going on here. Jiang Chen, Jiang Luoshin, Monk Pudu, and the others passed through many prohibitions and tactical patterns safely. Finally, they arrived at the main tomb. Jiang Luoshan also saw the platform left by their ancestor when he had passed away. As the misty light fell, a vast amount of chaotic energy was flowing and interweaving. It was so thick and majestic that a single strand of it could easily crush a mountain. In the center of the platform, a fist-sized substance, as deep as a purple crystal, was floating. There were vast energy, fluctuations surging in it. An amazing divinity was flowing in it. Even the great saints could not help but feel scared at the moment. Even their holy souls seemed to be trembling when they looked at the purple crystal substance. The divinity of our ancestor is really here. They had finally found it. Those from the great void divine race felt relieved. At the same time, Jiang Chen and Monk Pudu also felt relieved. In this way, they were finally safe. Jiang Chen had a backup plan when he was communicating with the spirit of the celestial boat. If Jiang Luoshan was going to kick him to the curb after he had outlived his usefulness, he would have to do what he had done in the Purple Mountain. The spirit of the celestial boat could easily crack the terrain and the tactical patterns here. This was his only advantage at the moment. Mr. Jiang, I was right. With your ability, we can go to any tomb in the future. Monk Pudu's voice was filled with excitement and joy. Jiang Chen nodded. When Jiang Luoshan was about to take the divinity of their ancestor, several dreadful energies suddenly came from the tunnel behind them. Surging golden lights shone everywhere. The dreadful energies made the nearby palaces collapse easily. The leaders who had been chasing them all the way here finally arrived. They certainly saw the divinity as deep and vast as a purple crystal immediately. They were going to fight for it. Chapter 388. How did they find this place? Jiang Luoshan did not look too good. In her opinion, there were many forks in the road, and it would take a lot of effort to find the main tomb. How did so many faction masters come all of a sudden? They must have split up, and each chose a different path to come in. This group of people is lucky to have found this place, and we just happened to break the restrictions and array patterns here, so they took advantage of us. The blonde old woman beside Jiang Luoshan said in a deep voice. At the same time, she stood out, displaying her own supreme strength. The eruption of her quasi-supreme cultivation directly shocked the sect masters of many great sections. As Jiang Luoshan's protector, her cultivation was naturally very strong, and she was also Jiang Luoshan's backer. You hold them back. I'll go and take the divinity of the ancestor. Jiang Luoshan glanced at the group of sect leaders coldly. She moved her feet and turned into a golden shadow. She began to move, planning to rush towards the platform. At the same time, the rest of the Great Void Divine tribe members were also looking around vigilantly, in case anyone else rushed in at this time. This is the divinity of the Great Void Divine tribe's ancestor. Let's fight for it together, and when we get it, we'll split it. What do you think? The sect masters of the great sects who had rushed and stared at the purple crystal with burning eyes. They could feel the majestic aura and energy waves coming from it. If they could refine and absorb it, their cultivation would naturally increase greatly. They might be able to take the opportunity to break through the bottleneck of the quasi-supreme level after all these years. As soon as she said that, she got the approval of the crowd. After all, the divinity was the size of a fist. If each of them could get a small piece, it would be a great opportunity, and it would not be a wasted trip. Although the blonde old woman's cultivation was at the quasi-supreme level, in their opinion, she was not a match for all of them. Princess, I can only hold them back for a while. Please take the divinity of the ancestor and leave as soon as possible. I'll find a chance to escape, and I'll look for you. The blonde old woman transmitted her voice to Jiang Luoshan. Then a huge golden pagoda appeared in her hand. It was 9 floors tall and surged with golden light. It was like a golden sun that illuminated this place and emitted a blinding light. The fluctuations of a quasi-supreme expert erupted like a torrential flood, overturning the heavens and overturning the earth. its momentum vast and mighty. You can't stop us. If you know what's good for you, hand over that godhood. Don't make a mistake. If you die here, don't blame us. The patriarchs of the four great sects also made their moves upon seeing this. All types of divine chains of order were released by them, dazzling and terrifying. They interweaved here, as if many stars were exploding, the energy fluctuations incomparably shocking. The void was simply about to explode, already unable to endure this kind of fluctuation. As soon as they made a move, they used extremely powerful divine abilities and precious techniques. If it wasn't for the special array patterns that were present here, the place where the ancestor of the great void divine clan had passed away would have collapsed and turned into ruins. A dreadful battle broke out here in an instant. Both the blonde old woman and the four patriarchs were exerting their strongest means. At their level, they could easily destroy the world with a single blow. Although they seemed to be attacking in a big way, in fact, they contained infinite destructive power. Jiang Chen's legs felt weak. He felt suffocated. In front of such strong people, he was like an ant. If the timing isn't right, I'd better run for my life. Jiang Chen communicated with the artifact spirit of the immortal boat of creation for a while. Then he glanced at Jiang Luoshan worriedly. At that moment, Jiang Luoshan was their biggest guarantee. If something happened to her here, the patriarchs of the great sects would never spare his life. Mr. Jiang, we'd better take the chance to slip away. Monk Pudu also turned pale. He had thought the great void divine clan had enough people. However, under the siege of the four patriarchs of the great sects, it was obvious that they wouldn't be able to resist for long. Although the other strong people weren't weak, they were much weaker than the patriarchs of the great sections. Why is the platform where my ancestor passed away obstructing me? What are these formation patterns? At this moment, Jiang Luoshan's voice came. She looked a little pale. She had approached the platform at high speed, but there was a golden fog pervading it. Then a ripple-like fluctuation spread. It was extremely vast. She was kept out of it. She couldn't approach it. The formation pattern was triggered by her. Then it came back to life. However, that energy obviously belonged to their ancestor. Why couldn't she approach it? Jiang Qin, what's going on? Jiang Luoshan asked coldly, gazing at Jiang Qin. She had noticed that he was trying to slip away. Those should be the formation patterns left here to prevent others from taking away the divinity after passing away. It'll take some time to crack them. Jiang Chen's scalp went numb. Being stared at by Jiang Luoshan, he felt like his holy soul was trembling. If Jiang Luoshan wanted to kill him at this moment, he wouldn't be able to escape at all. If you can't crack these formation patterns, you won't be able to survive today, Jiang Luoshan said coldly. Jiang Qin cursed to himself. He had to brace himself to go over despite the dreadful fluctuation here. With his ability, he naturally could not crack these array patterns. However, if the celestial boat's weapon spirit was given enough time, it could. However, at this moment, the blonde old woman, who was fighting with the four patriarchs of the great sects, suddenly spouted blood. She fell from the air. Her hair was disheveled. She was covered in blood. She was in a mess. Although she was a prospective supreme venerable, she had broken through by a trick. She couldn't compare with a real prospective supreme venerable, not to mention the four patriarchs of the great sects in front of her. They were invincible geniuses when they were young. They were extremely strong. At first, she could still contend with them, but as time went on, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Jiang Luoshan turned pale. She gnashed her teeth. The blonde old woman shook her head. She took an elixir. Then she dashed over again. Her whole body was shining. Surrounded by a golden glow, she manipulated her weapon to attack. Jiang Luoshan was even more anxious. If that elder hadn't been killed by Gu Chang'e, she wouldn't have been in such a passive situation. Jean was trying her best to stall for time. How long can you resist? It's futile. Give the divinity to us. Then you can still live. The four patriarchs of the great sects spoke coldly. They pushed their big hands over and hit the blonde old woman. She coughed up blood again. She was seriously injured. They were too strong. Even though their cultivations weren't prospective supreme venerables, yet their fighting powers weren't far from prospective supreme venerables. When the four of them joined hands, they were even more invincible. "Stall them for me." Jiang Luoshan glanced at the four patriarchs coldly. She ordered the people next to her to stall them. "Jiang Qin, hurry up." The other strong men of the great void divine race also dashed over. They took out all kinds of weapons without hesitation. They exerted their strongest means. However, their efforts were in vain. They coughed up blood and retreated almost immediately. Many of them even exploded in an instant. Their bodies and spirits were all destroyed. The sight of this caused Jiang Luoshan's expression to turn even uglier as she clenched her fists. Although she still had other means in her hands, they were all used to save her life at critical moments. She admitted she had been careless. She hadn't taken enough people with her on this trip. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so frustrated. "All right, the formation pattern is solved." At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice came. He felt relieved. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, he felt relieved. As a light flashed in his hand, the formation pattern in front of him started to crack. Then it collapsed and turned into a rain of light. The weapon spirit of the celestial boat of nature consumed a lot of energy. It almost fell asleep again. Jiang Luoshan finally heaved a sigh of relief when she felt the terrifying resistance disappear. She was going to go to the doctrine platform to collect the purple crystal-like divinity. Boom! At this moment, a great noise came from the tunnel again. Everyone who was fighting there turned pale. Even the patriarchs of the four patriarchs who were fighting with the blonde old woman had to stop. They looked over, frowning. The void trembled as an incomparably sharp power suddenly descended. Ripples spread out like petals blooming in the air. They contained supreme rules. In the end, they transformed into sword energies and attacked the people fighting there. Such an attack was so strong that the patriarchs of the four patriarchs turned pale in an instant. They were scared. They hurried to retreat. They didn't want to take the attack head-on. However, the aftermath of the attack made their blood tumble. They felt very uncomfortable. "Who is it?" Their expressions turned ugly. They felt like the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They had actually been used as a chess piece. Jiang Luoshan turned cold. She took something out of the sumer ring, ready to use it at any moment. As soon as the formation pattern on the doctrine platform was cracked, someone showed up. She felt the person had been there for a long time, but he hadn't shown up yet. He had been hiding in the dark to watch the show. Why is someone else here? Jiang Qin furrowed his brow. He also looked towards the tunnel. What? I didn't come at the right time. Why are you looking at me like this? Then, with a light laugh, a man and a woman showed up at the entrance of the tunnel. Sword energies flickered between his fingers. He threw them over casually. People felt scared, as if the universe was collapsing. Gu Changa. Jiang Luoshan's golden eyes stared at the young man who was walking over. Her eyes were full of hatred and shock. Chapter 389. Outside the passageway, a man and a woman walked side by side like an immortal couple. The man had a smile on his face, and there was a hint of surprise as he spoke, as if he had accidentally disturbed everyone. Gu Changa. Why are you here? The group of sect masters who were fighting were also extremely shocked. After they came to their senses, they all stared at him with unprecedented fear in their eyes. They had never expected that Gu Changa would suddenly appear at this critical moment and become the oriole behind the mantis, stalking the cicada. As a result, their battle just now had been seen by him. But he did not appear for a long time because he was waiting for this moment. Thinking of this, for a moment, everyone's expression was very solemn, and they looked behind Gu Changa with some uneasiness. Seeing that there were no other experts following except for him, they were slightly relieved. Before this, they still treated Gu Changa as a young junior. However, ever since he witnessed the powerhouse at the peak of the great sage realm being easily killed by him outside the underground palace, he had been in awe. Gu Changa had now become extremely powerful and was far from what the other young geniuses could compare to. The terrifying sword Qi just now had already explained everything, and it made them tremble in fear. An ordinary great saint existence would not be able to withstand it at all and would be killed directly. Therefore, they were all on guard. Anyone who could reach this step would not be a simple person. In the blink of an eye, they understood that the current situation had fallen into the hands of Gu Changa, not to mention the saintess of the human ancestral hall beside Gu Changa. Although he had never seen her true strength, she was able to stand together with Gu Changa, so she couldn't be weak. Why can't I be here? As the saying goes, treasures belong to the virtuous. In my opinion, this great void divine spark is destined to be mine. Gu Changa said with a smile and slowly walked into the main hall. Wang Zijin followed beside him. Her expression was rather interested as she sized up the surroundings. She did not know how Gu Changa found this place. Others did not know where the main tomb was, but he seemed to be able to completely see through this place. All the obstacles were in vain. This made her even more curious. Gu Changa, are you planning to take this thing for yourself? Hearing this, a sect leader who was wearing a red robe and had red eyebrows stared coldly at Gu Changa and said in a very rude tone. The other 3 sect leaders also looked at him with vigilance, worried that Gu Changa would suddenly attack. The blonde old woman, Jiang Luoshan, and the others at the side were first. In their eyes, Gu Changa was far more of a threat than the blonde old woman and the others. 730 Gu, Jiang Luoshan, glared at Gu Changa. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she clenched her fists. She did not have the nerve to act rashly at the moment, since she felt Gu Changa's energy was locking onto her. If she dared to take the purple crystal-like substance away, she would definitely face Gu Changa's thunderous attack. After witnessing how dreadful Gu Changa was, she could not help but tremble slightly. She would rather face the 4 sect leaders than Gu Changa. As to how Gu Changa had found this place, it was not her concern at the moment. Weapon Spirit, what should I do now? How did Gu Changa find this place? Jiang Qin was also trembling. He could only pray that Gu Changa could not recognize him. I don't know either. Be careful. Don't let Gu Changa find anything unusual. This guy is too dreadful. If he recognizes you, both of us will die today. The immortal boat's weapon spirit's voice was also trembling uncontrollably. How did he find us here? Monk Pudu also looked like he was having a headache. He started to think about how to get out of here. This junior has taken a fancy to this item. Everyone, please leave. Gu Changa did not answer. He only smiled, glancing over the crowd slowly. In the end, he looked at Jiang Luoshan. Not until she looked away unnaturally did he look at the divine personality of Great Void on the platform. Did he look at it? Many tactical patterns on it had been cracked. As long as he walked over, it would be easy for him to get it. In order to ask Jiang Chen to crack the tactical patterns for him, he had been waiting aside for a long time. Otherwise, he would have shown up a long time ago. It contains the origins of many practices of an ancestor of the Great Void divine race. This thing can really help people reach the top in one step. Gu Changa exclaimed in admiration, as if he was admiring his own thing. He did not take those around him seriously at all. Those from the Great Void divine race and the sect leaders of the 4 sect leaders all looked embarrassed. Gu Changa did not take them seriously at all. He already regarded the divine personality of Great Void as his own. How arrogant and aggressive he was. Gu Changa, why don't we share this thing equally? Otherwise, you won't be able to resist the 4 of us alone. Don't be too greedy. Otherwise, you won't get anything. However, a sect leader took a deep breath and said he had come up with a compromise. His eyes were full of purple. There was a strong doctrine charm in them, as natural as one. He was wearing a Taoist robe of the great void realm. He was holding a doctrine sword in his hand. It was so sharp that it looked like it could penetrate the void and attack at any time. The other 3 sect leaders of the great void divine race looked surprised, but they did not say anything. Apparently, they acquiesced to this idea. If Guchanga also wanted a share, of course they would agree. Sharing it among 5 people or 4 people was almost the same. They did not want to fight with Guchanga unless they had no other choice. Are you looking down on us? I can't believe you're already discussing how to split it. Jiang Luoshan's face turned ugly when she saw this. Be it the 4 sect leaders or Guchanga, none of them took her seriously. After all, this was the tomb of her ancestor of the great void divine race. At this moment, she was holding a piece of golden paper in her hand. She was ready to take it out at any time. This was one of her trump cards. She did not want to take it out unless it was a critical moment. No, is there a misunderstanding? What I mean is that I want this thing. Is there a need for this junior to repeat such a thing? Guchanga shook his head slightly and walked toward the doctrine platform casually. He still had a casual expression on his face, as if he was talking about something trivial. Guchanga, don't be too greedy. Otherwise, you won't get anything. A bad-tempered sect leader did not expect Guchanga to say that. Anger appeared on his face. In the next moment, a weapon surrounded by lightning appeared in his hand. It crackled and flashed, causing the void to tremble as if it was about to explode. It was obvious that they were about to start a fight. At this point, the great void divine spark was within reach. How could they give up so easily? The rest of the people frowned. At this point, who would give up so easily? However, Guchanga's tone did not change. I don't like to repeat the same thing 3 times. If you don't want to die, please leave this place. Although he was gentle and elegant when he spoke, everyone felt a terrifying, murderous aura rushing toward them. Their expressions changed slightly. Guchanga, we're your seniors. Don't be too arrogant. A mild-tempered sect master of a great sect had an ugly expression on his face. By calling you seniors, I'm giving you face. Don't you understand? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Guchanga shook his head slightly. His tone was still as calm as ever. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm forward. Terrifying 5-colored divine lights intertwined in the air. A surging aura like that of a mountain and a sea crashed down on the sect leader who had just spoken. Boom! The sect leader's expression changed. He did not expect Guchanga to suddenly attack. He summoned a terrifying sword chi and collided with Guchanga's palm in an attempt to resist. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again. He could not believe it. Impossible! Poof! When the palm landed, it was as if it was formed by a 5-colored divine mountain. It was majestic, boundless, and as heavy as the chaotic chi. The sword chi shattered. Then his arms broke with a cracking sound. His bones collapsed and made a terrifying sound. Then he groaned and spat out blood. He flew backward and was severely injured in an instant. How is this possible? How could the gap between them be so huge? The other 3 sect leaders were extremely shocked when they saw this. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. Guchanga's strength was unfathomable. Jiang Luoshan also looked at Guchanga in a daze. She trembled because of his strength. Her scalp went numb because of the feeling in her divine soul. I gave you a way out, but you refused to take it. Now that you're courting death, don't blame me. Guchanga walked over unhurriedly. His voice was calm, but at this moment it was unusually cold. Wang Zijin, who was standing in the corridor, did not follow Guchanga. She felt her heart beating faster when she saw his actions. In her opinion, Guchanga's actions were not inappropriate. Although he was cold and domineering, Didn't Guchanga say that he was interested in the void divine lattice? In the end, the sect leaders did not know what was good for them and were still unwilling to give up. They knew that they were no match for Guchanga, but they were still so stupid. Weren't they courting death? Sure enough, as long as one was good-looking, one's 3 views would follow their facial features. While Wang Zijin was in a daze, Guchanga's palm had yet to dissipate and was still descending. Then he closed his palm and grabbed the sect leader who attacked just now. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Guchanga, let go of me. I don't want the void divine lattice anymore. The sect leader's face was filled with fear. He could not believe what had just happened. Even with his strength, he could not resist Guchanga at all. It was as if he was facing a real, venerable ancestor. Everyone's expression changed again. They were somewhat frightened. A sect leader was an existence that controlled a great sect. He had cultivated for at least tens of thousands of years. When he was young, he was also a heaven's pride with monstrous battle strength. He was incomparably powerful. But now he was like an ant that was caught in Guchanga's hand and could be crushed to death at any time. One had to admit that this scene caused too much shock. They could not help but tremble and feel their scalps go numb. They were terrified. Is that so? Let go of you? That's fine too. But I gave you a way out just now. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Guchanga shook his head slightly. His tone seemed to be a little helpless and regretful. In the next moment, the 5-colored hand that condensed in the void closed while he was in despair and horror. With a poof, the blood mist collapsed and his body and soul were destroyed. You killed sect leader Chiang. Seeing this, the expressions of the other 3 sect leaders changed drastically. They turned a little pale and their voices trembled. They could not help but feel regret. Don't worry. You'll be here to accompany him soon. Guchanga looked at them. His expression did not change as if he had just done something trivial. Oh no, let's attack together. Otherwise, we won't be a match for him. The sect leader in the Zenith Heaven Taoist robe could not help but shout. At the same time, he took out the path sword in his hand. It was like a heavenly sword chi that could destroy heaven and earth. It contained a destructive divine power and charged towards Guchanga. The other 2 were not stupid. They quickly reacted and took out their Dharma artifacts. They displayed their powerful techniques and charged towards Guchanga. For a moment, there was a burst of dazzling light. Lightning flashed and the chains of law cracked. It was as if the void was about to be destroyed by lightning. However, in the next moment, Guchanga's expression was calm. He just waved his hand and a dazzling sword light broke through the void with endless sharpness. Poof! With a soft sound, that person screamed. His arm was immediately sent flying and blood splattered everywhere. Even the weapon in his hand exploded at the first instant, shattering on the spot. His entire body turned into a bloody mist. His divine soul was desperate and terrified. He planned to escape through the void. However, Guchanga glanced over and seemed to have turned into a dazzling heavenly sword. With clanging sounds, he was immediately destroyed in the void. His body and soul were destroyed, following in the footsteps of the previous person. This sword light contained an endless amount of offensive power. Not only did it contain the ultimate power of metal, but it also had the ultimate power of law evolution. It could be said to be unstoppable, not to mention that they were at the peak of the Great Saint realm. Even a real supreme being would have to deal with it carefully. In the blink of an eye, another sect leader of a great sect had died without any resistance. Even Wang Zijin was a little shocked. She felt that her full strength could at most deal with a sect leader of a great sect. It was impossible for her to kill him as easily as Guchanga. This could only mean that Guchanga's hidden strength was even more terrifying and unfathomable. Until now, how much strength did Guchanga show? The blonde old woman and the others were also shocked and frightened. They did not expect that the 4 sect leaders of the great sects could not even resist Guchanga. It was a complete, one-sided suppression. Princess, what should we do? Do we still want the divinity of our ancestor? If we run away now, I still have a chance. Since Gu Changa has killed these people here, it means he definitely won't let us live. The old woman asked Jiang Luoshan. Her expression was serious, and her fear had reached the pinnacle. She transmitted a question to Jiang Luoshan. Jiang Luoshan was still holding the golden paper tightly in her hand. She was very reluctant to accept this. She had tried so hard but got nothing in the end. Now she had to run away in embarrassment. How could a proud person like her accept this? However, if she still insisted on obtaining that piece of great void godhead, it was very likely that she would lose her life here. Weapon spirit, let's run away like last time. Gu Changa is too strong. Even the sect leaders of the great sects could not resist one attack from him. Jiang Chen's lips turned pale, gazing at the white-clothed man standing in the air, shrouded in endless divine light. He tried his best to keep his voice from trembling. He finally realized how dreadful his enemy was. This was a desperate gap between their strengths. Killing the sect leaders of the great sects, like killing dogs? At this moment, he even considered giving up the idea of revenge. Jiang Luoshan will definitely fight with Gu Changa in a while. I'll take the chance to trigger the formation here so that this palace will collapse. You run east without looking back. There's a secret passage there. You can leave this place and lead to the outside world. This is the best I can do for now. I'll fall asleep soon. You'll have to rely on yourself. The voice of the celestial boat of fortune's weapon spirit was unprecedentedly heavy. Jiang Chen nodded. His palms were sweating. We won't be a match for him, even if we join hands. Let's run away. At this moment, the other two sect leaders of the great sects turned pale. They could not believe what they had just heard. They were already scared. They knew they were not a match for Gu Changa. Boom! They exerted their secret methods and burned their essence blood. Their bodies shone. Their energies reached the peak of their lives, but they were only running away. Do you think you can run away? Gu Changa's voice was still as calm as ever. He raised his sleeves. The air around him froze immediately. It was like every inch of this space was filled with gravity. Then a great power was thrown over. It was like a shocking wave. With a bang, it penetrated this place and turned the world upside down. Puff! Along with a shocking bloody light, the bodies of the two sect leaders collapsed. They exploded. They died tragically. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. They could not escape from Gu Changa's palm attack at all. The blonde old woman, who was about to escape with Jiang Luoshan, turned cold. She could not help but shiver. Now it's your turn. Gu Changa shook his sleeves slightly, as if he was going to wipe off the blood on them. He looked toward Jiang Luoshan and the others. His tone was still as calm as ever, as if he had just killed a few ants.